The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Oi, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon, welcome, greetings, and salutations. Put your greasy little face up next to the radio and get ready. My name is Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right there.
Hey, group of hugs.
There's Mary Santora over there.
What up?
Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
If you want to get in, you can do it a variety of ways. If you want to join us live on the phone, 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007. If you're listening on the iHeartRadio app, leave us messages there. You can leave us voicemails if you like on the after hours. But, I mean, if you're going to do that, just call us. I know people got lives to lead. I understand. You can email me, Alan at alancoxshow.com, and we'll see what we can get to today. I've already established off the air briefly that Mary is in an argumentative mood today.
I am just...
that could send the show one of two ways.
I'm just not in... I'm being argumentative. I'm trying to make it sound better than it is, but, like, I'm not in the mood for people to be wrong today.
You can't let things go.
I can't. When I walked out of this room, I went to go look for the guy that I was arguing with before the show.
Why? To what end?
Yeah, what's the point of that?
Okay, so I was eating food to give the customers a little bit. Cody is laughing because he's like, this dude's trolling you. And I'm like, he's not. One of the guys who works here, I'm not sure of his name. I was eating food and he goes, oh, you got Chipotle? I said, no, I got that Balance place across the street, which is basically like Asian Chipotle. And he was like,
I
it's
haven't
not.
gone there yet, and everybody tells
it's really
me
good.
Awesome.
It's good.
It's really good
solid,
food.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, it's not Asian. And I was like, yeah, it is. And he was like, no, they have tacos. And I was like, yeah, but they put like Asian filling in the tacos. It's like Korean fried steak and Thai chicken. Like, it's literally in the name of the place.
Most people would have pulled the ripcord by now.
What? Yeah, on the conversation?
Yeah, and been like, okay, and walked away.
Well,
You dug in.
I dug in, and then he was like, yeah, but and then because he started to argue about what parts. He's like, yeah, but is Korea Asian? Is Korean food Asian?
He was smiling while he was
He's
saying
so
it.
trolling you.
But I was like, yeah. It was
He's
like,
telling
it's
the
on
same
Asia.
story to one of. He's going to be telling the same story to other people, going, God, you should have seen me work Mary Santora like a puppet.
Getting really mad. And then Keith, our boss, Keith Hotchkiss, the big boss, overhears this, and Keith like yells around the corner. He's like, "It's Asian," like that. And so the guy walked around the corner to talk to Keith about it, and then I pulled up the menu on my phone and followed him.
Walked around the corner. What are you doing?
I was like, look, there's wontons, there's edamame. Both of those are Asian. This says Thai chicken. Like, I don't know why I couldn't let it go.
You and this dude going back and forth.
And he's like, oh, no, I wasn't trying to argue about it. I was like, yeah, but you're wrong. So I need you to say that it's Asian food. And then when I came in here and told you guys that story, I left to go find him and tell him that the name of the restaurant is Balance Pan Asian Food.
Let's follow this through to the very end.
I just want to tell him.
Say you had told him and shown him.
I couldn't find him.
He'd go, what were you hoping would happen?
Nothing. I just want him to know
all
that
that
he's
for
wrong.
nothing.
I just want to know that he's wrong.
But all that for nothing.
I just want him to know that he's wrong.
And then?
That's it. Now
That's it.
Now he can move on as a more evolved version of himself. Because
Or just go, what a bitch. She was following me around for 10 minutes trying to get me hip to Asian Chipotle. Who cares? Go sell something, homie.
And listen, that's what I'm saying is that's why I'm like, damn, I'm in an argumentative mood because Cody's like, he's trolling you. And then it was kind of quiet. Cody and I are eating lunch. And then Cody goes, Kane Brown looks like Patrick Mahomes. And I pulled up a picture on my phone. I was like, no, he doesn't. I'm like just scrolling pictures of Patrick
But enough
Mahomes.
where you can see where Cody's coming from.
And then I said, I said, look at him and look at me. I was like, I can look, just by his complexion, I could tell that he has a white mom and a black dad. And she's like, you can't tell just by looking at him. I said, yes, I can. Coming from a fellow
She's
biracial.
arguing with the biracial guy about the likely makeup of that dude's family.
So she gets on Wikipedia. She's like, his mom's white. I said, yes, I know.
Yeah, no, I told you that.
Where does this come from?
What?
You.
Me being argumentative today?
Well, it's more than argumentative. It's not just debate for debate's sake. You've got to be on the top of the mountain and everyone else has to be. You've got to make sure that you are right.
Well, I told Cody he was right.
Yeah.
No,
After you went on Wikipedia.
You didn't say I was right. You said his mom is white. I'm not taking that as I'm right.
You were right, Cody. His mom's white and his dad's black. But there was no mention of his dad.
If you see that guy out there in the suite, will you walk up to him and go, hey, by the way, I checked?
Yeah, probably.
Because he's going to go, I was just playing with you, right?
And I'll be like, well, it made me mad.
And you're going to go.
And you're wrong, so.
But you probably started out, these weren't the first instances of this. Something before you came to work probably set you off.
Oh,
well, you were in a mood yesterday night, I feel like, too.
I waited too long to decide what I wanted for dinner last night. So I got hungry at like 5 and then I didn't have food until like 7:30. So it was like every minute that and I didn't know what I wanted. It was like, I don't want pasta. I don't want Mexican. I don't want a sandwich. I don't want a burger. Like I was going through all the things I didn't want and I couldn't land on what I did want. But that was just prolonging the time before I ate anything. So that put me in a really bad mood.
Just get a salad.
I didn't want a salad.
Well, nobody ever wants
She
a
doesn't want
salad,
salad.
but
She needs
they're good
salad
for
for
you.
dinner.
I don't like salad for dinner.
Well,
salad's a lunch food.
And a dinner food.
But after I ate, I
You
felt
shouldn't
much
be eating
better.
a giant plate of pasta at 7:30 at
Do you
night.
need to eat now?
I just ate.
Well, how come you're not
She
nice
had
yet?
Asian Chipotle, Bill.
I had
Did you hear the
vaguely
first part
Asian.
of the...
But
I got to get over there.
it's really good. I went to the grocery store today, and it was one of the most annoying experiences. Every single thing that I tried to scan on
Those
the
aren't
self-checkout-
oranges, ma'am. Those are tangelos.
Well, that's kind
Were
of
you
how it was
arguing
going.
with people? Those are nectarines.
No, I wasn't arguing with anybody at the grocery store, but there was only one actual line open, and then there was like 4 self-checkouts. So I'm like, the line is long. There's 10 people in line because there's only one. So I went to the self-checkout, and I had a bunch of produce, and I'm trying to scan my produce and weigh it, and it's even announcing it. It's like, move your green apples to the belt or whatever. And every single produce item that I scanned, there was an error with it. Every single one, to the point where the lady was just standing next to me swiping
Oh
her
my
card
God!
every
I'm surprised
time.
you didn't take the day off.
I swear to God, when I was in the shower, I thought about it. I was like, I should probably just call off today because it's not gonna be a good day. No, but she was like looking at me like I was trying to steal a lemon. And I'm like, yo, this thing's on the fritz. Like, for whatever reason, none of this produce is scanning properly.
It sounds like every instance you've described of having a moment of frustration all has to do with food.
It has been a frustrating food day. I'm not trying to steal a 66-cent lemon.
Didn't know what you wanted last night. What did you end up eating?
Chipotle. It was fine. It was I just didn't know what I wanted, and I was driving past Chipotle, so I was like, all right, I'll get this. They do have that new chicken al pastor. I don't know if you've had it yet. It's very good. It's got achiote peppers.
I haven't had Chipotle in like 3 years.
I haven't had it in like a year.
Take your word for it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, listen. I think I can speak for all of us, audience included. I hope that nothing sets you off between now and the end of the show.
It will.
Oh. All right. Well,
We'll see what it is.
It could be something small. It could be something big. Who knows?
Hey, let's roll the dice.
I told Brian when I got home yesterday, I had Chipotle in hand. I said, listen, I'm not in a good mood. I'm in a very bad mood. None of this is your fault. I'm going to go eat alone, quietly, and I don't want to talk until I'm ready to talk. And he was like, 10-4, got it. He's weed whacking outside. He's doing stuff. He left me alone. He came in the
I think
house.
it's all ripple effects from guzzling the Sprite yesterday.
Oh, maybe.
Yep.
Sent me into a diabetic
Yep.
anger
Sent you into a spiral.
spiral.
Did it.
I mean, should we ask the question?
Don't
Don't
even
ask the question.
You already got in trouble for that question once
If
this
Aunt
week.
Flo is in town,
She's not.
if she's riding the cotton pony,
There are no ponies to be ridden.
she's surfing the crimson wave. I got to take a break. We're going to collect our thoughts and and return. If you want to text 35192, AlanCoxShow.com to watch, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Hey, it's Bill. When do you
Best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
What feels great to do is absolutely free, can be done by yourself, and yet no one ever mentions it.
It's the Alan Cox Show
On the Buzzard.
WMMS.
216-578-1007 to join us live for 800-348-1007. White Sox going for the sweep, baby. 7-2, the final last night. They're playing right now, end of the first inning. The score at Guaranteed Rate Field, 0-0. They got a barn burner at the end of the first. Can you imagine if the White Sox, my home team, but the lowly White Sox, sweep the Cleveland Guardians? Oh, be a dream come true.
I don't love it.
White Sox will be here in town the 24th, 22nd through the 24th. I will have tickets for you for that third game, Wednesday the 24th, around 3:50 today. But right now, Guardians, White Sox, end of the series, end of the first. Right now, nothing. How was the Funny Bus last night?
The Funny Bus was so much
It's a good
fun.
time, isn't it?
It's a very good time.
Yeah.
I had a blast. Is this guy
I was going to
camping
say,
out?
let's see what this guy's doing.
Yeah.
Okay, he's hiking up his pants. He's putting down some bags. All right.
So, yeah, it was a great time. Sold out, like we had said. And
Is it the Randy show again?
A little bit. We had a little bit of a Randy. I told him when we got on, I'm like, hey, bring it down from what you did last week. And then even then, people were like, Randy, shut up.
Well, of course. He doesn't bring it down.
Yeah,
he doesn't listen.
He doesn't listen.
No.
And then he apologized the whole time. Like, oh, sorry, I thought I was helping. I'm like, no, you're never helping.
You're
Just
not
shut up.
helping. Right.
Just shut up.
Yes, we know what we're doing.
And it's, I appreciate you coming out and supporting. We love that, but you got to you make it. You're ruining other people's experiences, and that's what we're trying to help
Trying
you
to
understand.
maximize people's experiences.
People want to have a good time, and they don't want to. They're there to see me and Kristen, who was very funny, and enjoy the bus, and not be constantly screamed at by Randy. So, and then it becomes that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
So the first half he was good, but I mean it was still a very fun time.
It's a great time.
It's a great time. I think you're doing it this coming week again.
Yep. It's going to be
we
sunny
got-
and 75, baby.
Nice. Yeah, it was a little chilly, but even with the chilliness, it was still not bad because the bus is heated, and Dean's great, the guy that runs it, and like I said, Kristen Hoffman is a comedian that we were traveling with last night and had a good time. My girlfriend came along, and there was a lot of laughs, a lot of dancing, and just goofing around, all around tomfoolery.
Go to funnybus.net. We are hosting the Funny Bus every Wednesday this month, hopefully into next month. But go to funnybus.net to get tickets because it sells out pretty quickly.
Yep.
And, last week Randy goes, I got you something. And I go, oh. And he got me sunglasses that matched his. I'm like, what are we, dating? And
I love that. Did you wear them?
No, I didn't wear. I put them on, but I go, tell you what, I'm going to give these back to you. I have 2 pair of sunglasses of my own, and that's more than I already need. Thank you so much. Not really my style, but thank you. And so I gave them back, and I figured that he could re-gift them to someone else.
Someone on the bus last night said that cheerleading's not a sport.
Zach already don't.
Well, we've had this conversation before, and you're not alone if you think that, but you're also not alone if you think that it is a sport. Mary was a cheerleader at the University of Toledo, correct?
Well, people know that
Go
Mary's
Mud Hens.
People know that not the Mud Hens, the Rockets, right?
Go Rockets.
The Mud Hens are the baseball team.
Yeah. People know that Mary's worked up today, so they know her buttons to push, and that's one of them.
Yeah. He said cheerleading isn't a sport, but bebop is actually Asian Chipotle. Walker Hayes blows, and you're wrong. Is what a message I got on Instagram already. It's fine.
Already on
Everything's
Instagram.
fine. Everything's fine.
Alan, I've been picked on twice for buying Bud Light, both times in Medina County. And Frank Capra would be 126 today. 126. All right, well, there you go. Well, you might have been picked on for Bud Light for reasons that had nothing to do with politics. Unless you were getting those new camo cans.
That's how they straighten it back up.
I got camo cans today.
Yeah.
Hey,
All right,
is
man.
that your best camo shirt?
This is the shirt I wore into the sacks. Yeah, the sacks.
Well, no
for
wonder
that.
you're mad. Nobody can see you.
I know. I just
And
want
you
to be
want attention.
recognized. That's it.
Blending into the background. Did you see that guy out in the suite when you were out there in the break?
No, I didn't go out in the break.
Now you're hiding from him.
No,
That's
I
not
just-
a good look because you're wearing camo.
Oh my God. I'll
understand.
go find him and I'll tell him how wrong he is.
Yep.
I've cooled down. My stomach has processed some food. I'm feeling better. I had a Red Bull.
By the way, for everybody who's saying that being hungry, being irrational, and not fitting in her new jeans means Mary's pregnant, that couldn't be further from the truth. I can't imagine that. A, she's always super hungry, and a lot of times she's irrational. That's why you can't, none of us can gauge our woman's moods unless you're really dialed in. I've always been really lucky with girlfriends and wives, with the whole PMS thing. Always been very, very lucky. I've only had a couple of freakazoids along the way.
Well,
but that's baked into the cake. Just give them a wide berth, and you'll be fine. Pardon the pun.
Not even a PMS thing. Like, when I first got with Brian, I told him, like, he was like, you kind of over-communicate. And I was like, there is no guesswork with me. You will know what I am feeling 100%
What is
of the time.
over-communicating?
Well, because I'm, like, I came from...
being annoying, I believe, is
Probably.
another way of putting it.
I came from a relationship where I didn't say what I felt ever to try to keep the peace, and then I would blow up like once every 6 months.
Yep.
So when Brian and I first got together, I was saying like every little thing that I was feeling at every moment would blurt out of my mouth.
You were compensating for the last...
Yes. But now we've found a very good balance of, hey, here's what's going on with me. Here's the kind of day I'm having, just so you know, whatever. But it doesn't have to do with PMS.
Good for you.
You can just be a crazy person some days, you know?
Or you're just having a bad day.
Yeah.
That happens too. Hey, is David Spade in Fast X? The Fast and Furious?
I don't think so.
Huh.
Why?
I thought Spade had a... I don't know. I thought Spade had a cameo in the new Fast and the Furious.
I don't think
you know, those movies have been around for so long, and they make so much money that over the years, there's been a snowball effect where they went from like Vin Diesel and Paul Walker to now like Helen Mirren's in them and Charlize Theron's in them, and like all these A-listers have found their way into these Fast and the Furious movies. I've only seen the first couple, so I haven't seen... or whatever the first one that Charlize was in, I saw that because
that was
I'll watch her do
6,
anything.
maybe. I think that was 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 9. It's hard to tell. There's so many. I think it was 6. I think she was in 6 because I think The Rock came in 5, and then it was 6.
And then they had that Calvin and Hobbes spinoff.
Right.
Is the implication that everyone in it is either Fast or Furious, or they're Fast and Furious?
I mean, they're all Fast and Furious because they're all like really good drivers and fighters and everything.
I would think that would make them happy, not furious.
Well, they fight furiously.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Jason Momoa is getting really good reviews for this movie.
He was fantastic.
And I find Jason Momoa to be very overrated.
Yeah, well, he was fun in this one.
Okay.
He was kind of silly, kind of scary.
Yeah.
It was good. It was a good role for him.
All right, sir. Hey, let me check in with Mike, who is over on the west coast of Ohio.
Hey, Alan, hate the show.
Hey, what's going on?
Well, I was just calling in to ask Mary what she thinks of those African drinks she got at that African spot that are sitting behind her.
What? Oh, the coffee cups? Those aren't mine, first of all. Second of all, you don't know that those beans came from Africa.
Oh, the Dunkin' cups.
Well, no. Yeah. Dunkin', it's an African restaurant, right?
Yeah,
because,
sure.
You know,
It's an
coffee
African
originated in Africa,
Yeah.
in Ethiopia, thousands and thousands of years ago. It must be an African restaurant.
Okay, I don't know why you're being this way, but if it said Dunkin' Donuts African coffee in the title, like Balance Pan Asian Grill does, then yes, you could say that that's African.
That's not really how that works.
Except that it is. It says Pan Asian Grill in the title of the restaurant. If it said Dunkin' Donuts African coffee,
Sounds
then
like it's from Pan.
Then your point would be valid, but it isn't.
And they really can't. I mean, there's a lot of anecdotal stuff, but they really can't historically pinpoint where coffee started. So you could really attribute it to a variety of cultures. I mean, it was only a matter of time, depending on if you could grow it around you, that somebody was going to discover coffee.
Maybe.
Brew some bean juice. I mean, whether it was the Turks or in Ethiopia, like you said, or Yemen, all these places are like, we came up and we did a coffee. That's my Yemeni.
That's your Yemen.
That's my Yemeni accent. We came up and we did the coffee. Or the Dutch. One more thing to thank the Dutch for: Wi-Fi and VHS. Thanks. And kettle corn. And kettle coffee, and whatever. Mike, I hope you don't take it personally that Mary consumes, that she assumes you're incorrect.
I mean, assumptions aside, one of the best parts of our country is just whitewashing things. Like, I would love to go to Asia and see that restaurant and that food in Asia.
You can say that about anything. Does that make Olive Garden not Italian food?
It makes you family when you're there.
I don't think any Italian would consider Olive Garden Italian food.
I think that you're wrong, because I'm Italian and I consider it Italian food, so suck it.
Yes, enjoy your French cuisine at McDonald's. The
That's what I'm
size that they have,
saying.
it's amazing.
You mean Irish? It's McDonald's, Mike.
Yeah.
It's right there in the
They
name.
have a shamrock shake.
French fries.
French fries are from Belgium.
Fries.
Is Taco Bell Mexican?
Is Taco Bell? Well, yeah. I mean, the cuisine, right? It's Mexican food.
But with Mexican,
they're not making waffles over there. I mean,
According to Mike, unless you eat it in the country that it's originated,
well,
then
that's
it's
silly.
all American food.
That's why the cuisine over here is so amazing. That's what immigrants have brought us. I mean, go over to the UK and tell me what your favorite British cuisine is. I mean, you get
potatoes,
lukewarm
mashed
water
potatoes,
and jacket potatoes. Yeah. Which are very misleading, because I didn't feel like jacking it at all after I had one of those. I kind of had like a starch coma going.
Well, did you know that, like, for instance, the official British dish, I believe, is tikka masala, chicken tikka masala, which actually isn't even, I don't even think that's an Indian dish. I think it was invented in UK.
I thought the official British dish was Keira Knightley. Hey! Whoa! Because okay. Hey, Mike, how's the weather out there on the west coast of Ohio?
It gets hot and cold and rains sometimes.
Uh-huh.
Interesting.
Okay. Well, there you go. There's Mike checking in. Of course, Steely Dan, Asia, the Buzzard. I forgot they got these long interludes. There we go. So because the kids aren't watching cable TV anymore, they've had to, and you might have noticed, maybe you're somebody who has yet to cut the cord, and you still have a cable package. If you do, and you've paid attention to it, you might have noticed that a lot of them have bumped the Cartoon Network way down to like some lower tiers, where you might not even get them anymore. When we still had cable, there was a great cartoon channel called Boomerang.
Oh, yeah.
DirecTV had it when we used to have DirecTV, and it was like classic cartoons. Boomerang was like, old Bugs Bunny and Jabberjaw and all that kind of stuff. But because a lot of the kids aren't watching cable TV, Cartoon Network has moved Adult Swim to 6 o'clock in the evening if you like those Adult Swim shows. They're still adding new ones. I thought Adult Swim was like gone. Other than Rick and Morty, I didn't think that it was a thing anymore. But, because the kids are watching YouTube, YouTube has become, I think, the 5th largest audience viewership thing of everything now. And so they're going to start what Adult Swim used to be like midnight or 11 o'clock.
It would start like
that.
11,
Yeah.
and then I think they moved it up to 10.
I was going to say it was 10.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, because they moved it up to 10, but that was when they would start replay, like they do reruns of Family Guy or American Dad or
but
stuff
Adult
like
Swim
that.
wasn't for kids. Like, why would they move it up
It's
because
not
of kids?
for kids.
But you
Well,
can
that's
still
what I'm
market
saying.
to kids, though.
No, but Cartoon Network. But the hook with Adult Swim was, hey, the rest of the day might be Bugs Bunny, but then you grown-ups get some wild stuff at night. So why would they move it up because of kids?
Because I think there's always going to be like a little bit of crossover between the networks. Because I remember, the only reason I know it moved up to 10 because the Disney Channel original movies would be done at 9:30, and I would like watch Lizzie McGuire or maybe it was South Park South Park also came on at 9:30. So I watched South Park for an episode, and then Adult Swim would start, and I would do the hamburger and French fry guy. What is it?
Aqua Teen
Hunger
Force.
Yeah. So I would watch that, and then there was another inappropriate cartoon, but I especially like Aqua. I think it was Drawn Together, or maybe that was on Comedy Central.
That was on Comedy Central.
Yep.
But a lot of adult cartoons went at that age.
Well, the kids are watching YouTube Kids instead of Cartoon Network, and the older kids are watching Paramount Plus or Disney Plus. So they're trying to figure out, Warner Brothers and Discovery and all these streamers that are merging now are trying to figure out what the hell to do. So that's what they're doing with Adult Swim. Put American Dad in there. All these cartoons that have been around for so long. I've never seen them. I've never watched American Dad.
I feel like it was
it's Seth MacFarlane. Like it's another Family Guy.
Yeah,
thing,
that's why I never really got into it.
I watched a few seasons, but yeah, I didn't really. It was more like one of those things where if I was in a hotel and that was on, I'd be like, all right, I'll watch this. But it was never. I had to tune in and watch it.
Appointment television?
Yeah. Not appointment television like the Righteous Gemstones are.
Oh, boy.
I'm so excited.
Starting up.
Was that June? It starts in June?
Yes, June 28th, I believe.
Yeah.
I got to watch that.
Such a fun
Yes,
show.
you do.
And no, don't watch it because you're going to hate it because you hate everything.
I don't hate everything.
She hates everything.
June
She's not
18th,
going to like
sorry.
it.
You will like it.
She won't.
I
Why
don't
won't
hate
she?
everything. I watched Insidious last night, and I didn't hate it.
Well, nobody hates Insidious. I mean, that's like a slam dunk.
It kept me up. I was afraid that red demon face monster was coming after me.
Was that the first time you had seen it?
Yeah, Brian and I both.
I think they're bringing back that original cast for the
They
new sequel.
are.
Yeah, they did a couple of them that didn't have Patrick Wilson and what's her name in it? Vera Farmiga in it.
Yeah. Yeah, I liked that. I mean, it wasn't like the best story I had ever seen, but we were watching it. We're like a half hour in, and Brian goes,
But for an original horror movie, it was real good.
Brian was like, because it was PG-13, so he's like, there's not going to be any blood, no guts, no boobs. What are we watching this for?
Blood, guts, and boobs.
Right. And he felt that it was extremely boring. He didn't like it very much at all. And we're opposites. He likes gory, bloody, doesn't have to have any kind of a story as long as people are getting hacked up.
He wants Terrifier and things
Yes.
like that. Yeah.
He watched that crazy Terrifier movie. Anyway, but Insidious was great for like the suspense, thriller, jump scares. That movie last night left me, like I slept with the light on. That movie freaked me out.
You should watch Oculus.
Oculus and Sinister are the two that are next on that.
Sinister's great too.
On that list. So, Bill, you don't know that I'm not going to like it.
I'm dialing in. She likes suspenseful horror films.
Right.
Right, but then when it comes to comedy,
she likes that suspenseful too. She wants to know if a laugh is coming.
We'll see. I mean, it's not the. I think you should watch it, but I'm not going to be surprised if you don't like it.
As someone who grew up evangelical, you'll probably enjoy it.
That's why everyone is, like, so many people have recommended Righteous Gemstones to me. As long as it's not that stupid comedy that Tim
Robinson.
Yeah, him. I hate
That's starting
him.
up again, too?
Oh, I'm very excited for that. Season 3.
You don't like I Think You Should Leave?
No, we've been over this.
I know, but I'm
and
just
she didn't like I Think You Should Leave. She didn't like In and of Itself.
That's not a comedy.
The greatest comedy of all time.
Well, it wasn't that. No, it had some laughs in it.
Okay.
I Think You Should Leave season 3 starts Saturday on Netflix. For those of you who have really, really refined comedy tastes, you're not just shooting things with an elephant gun like Mary over here.
I thought it starts the 30th.
I believe it starts the 20th, but you could be right.
It's the 30th.
Hey,
now
I'm gonna get all Mary. I'm gonna get a little Mary over here and be.
Now who's fighting for no reason?
I just want to put the right information.
Yeah,
out
that's
there.
true.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want to be disappointed when they go there on Saturday and go, what the hell's going on? Hey, Judy.
Hi. Hey, guys. Love the show.
Judy. Oh, thank you.
Including Mary. Love you, Mary.
Good for you.
Including Mary. Well, she is on the show, so yeah.
Hey, girls got to stick together. We got to support each other here.
Oh, good for you.
Hey, I just had a comment, and I know we've beaten the Asian thing to death, but I just wanted to add, and Mary's probably not going to like this, but I had two neighbors that never owned a house, lived next to me, and they were Asian, they were Chinese, first generation, like I said, and I said, Lee, you're going to have to teach me how to make General Tso's chicken, and she says in her accent, oh, Judy, General Cho is not Chinese. That's American Chinese. And on her counter is octopus and raw fish and you name it. And anything that I wouldn't eat or see in a Chinese restaurant or Asian was not on her counter.
Well,
So
especially
I
since
don't
it's
know if
not
that helps
General
you, Mary, or
Cho's.
not,
Maybe
but-
maybe that's what threw her off. She's like, you sure make that General Cho's pretty good. She's like, yeah, it's not General Cho's. It's not ours. It's not. Well, it's like I think chop suey is technically an American dish. Like
Burritos aren't Mexican either.
When Chinese immigrants came over, they would kind of make different versions of their food at home. So, Judy, you were never invited over there for dinner?
No, I was not invited, but she was well aware that octopus and raw fish all over the counter was not my thing. Nice people, God love them. I miss them. They don't live there, but like I said, and I kind of like when you say Asian, it is kind of a thing. So like I said, Mary might not like it. I support us women and all that, but I kind of.
Boy, she's throwing a lot of stuff into the pot here. What do you got against squid? What do you got against octopus? It's delicious.
It's weird.
And they'll probably cook that fish eventually.
I like salmon. I like shrimp. I like walleye and cod and you name the fish.
So you don't like calamari or anything like that. You don't like a mollusk.
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
No, sorry. Not,
all right.
Not my thing. But I just thought I'd add that. Like I said, sorry, Mary, but that's
okay.
That's kind of
like she's offending you.
But I still love the show, and I still love you guys.
Judy,
so,
don't dig on
including
cephalopods,
Mary.
right?
Oh,
okay,
good
thank you.
for you.
There's Judy in Stowe who wants to make it known that she loves the show.
Including
Especially
me.
Including Mary. No, not especially. She said including Mary. Well, she has to include you because you're gone so much.
Mm-hmm.
She might tune in and go, oh,
Not this summer, baby.
where's the girl that I also like?
You guys are going to get so sick of me. I'm going to be around so much this summer. Can't you just
Willis,
go back on
we
the
had
road?
4 days. I'm good.
I'm not off this show again until June 8th. So.
Bill's going to be, that's not that far
3
off.
full weeks, babe.
Bill's going to be out there in the break booking gigs for you.
Yeah. Hey, Mary.
I'll just book my own. She can stay here and I'll go out and do stuff.
I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192 to get me there, AlanCoxShow.com, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
I want to go see Shinedown. They are going back on the road this fall, and they're taking Papa Roach and Spirit Box with them. This is a very good lineup. It's going to happen at Blossom on Wednesday, September the 6th. Tickets are on sale if you go to livenation.com. All the details will be there for you. You can get my last pair this week. Shinedown with Papa Roach, Spirit Box, September 6th at Blossom. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
You'd flee a wildfire.
Evacuate.
You'd prepare for a hurricane. But there's no escaping this disaster.
It's one of the worst disasters that I've seen in my career.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I'm going to be playing a lot of Soundgarden today, just FYI. 6 years ago today, Chris Cornell died. 6 years ago. God bless America. At 52.
Hey, you're going to be 52.
Shut up, Bill.
You're not.
Well, I don't have an Ativan prescription, so hopefully that'll be Advantage AC.
You want some?
Are you on Ativan?
I have it. I'm not. It's not something you take every day.
They
It's for,
suspect
like, panic attacks.
that was one of the things that might have led to Chris Cornell hanging himself in his hotel room. I've told the story many times. I was still doing my morning show in Detroit, and Soundgarden had just played a show that night at the Fox Theater, and they found him dead in his hotel room. Literally, I mean, a lot happened in a short period of time. He was staying at the MGM Grand, and they had finished the show at the Fox Theater. About an hour later, he's in his hotel room. His bodyguard leaves around 11:35. By a quarter after midnight, Chris Cornell is dead. So they said he didn't, he had a number of prescriptions. I guess he had called his wife, and she was adamant that he wouldn't have knowingly killed himself. But you get a mix of prescription drugs and you can just go into a fog, and obviously nobody will know what happened. But essentially, I had to go on the air the very next morning and talk to all these people who had been at what was then going to be Soundgarden's last show and tell the people who obviously weren't there, hey, Chris Cornell is dead right here in Detroit. So that was a bad, bad day. But 6 years ago today, Chris Cornell died. And then, of course, I guess the silver lining is they just came to an agreement. His widow and the rest of the guys in the band just came to an agreement about what they're going to do with the music that the band had recorded but never released. They were going back and forth and litigating the whole thing, and since she represents his estate, there are going to be new songs on the way. After the band settled with her, cooler heads prevailed. And so they're going to be releasing the songs that they recorded with him. He did a lot of solo stuff. As much as I love Chris Cornell, I always forget about Audioslave. I mean, as much as we play Audioslave on the Buzzard, I just think Soundgarden, I think Chris Cornell. I don't know why Audioslave is not front of mind for me, because they did great work. But I so closely associate him with Soundgarden, and I was such a huge fan of that band, that Audioslave is not the first thing that comes to my mind. So anyway, since those parties have both reconciled, they're going to be dropping all those. I'm sure they'll dribble them out. But they're supposedly about an album's worth of songs that he had made in his home studio in Miami Beach, which him and the other guys. Of course, Matt Cameron now is drumming for Pearl Jam. They say he might be a front runner to be joining Foo Fighters. They're going to announce that on Sunday, whoever that is. But I guess Vicky Cornell has given back control of Soundgarden's social media accounts to the band. And, when somebody dies like that, all the acrimony kind of bubbles to the surface. There's a lot of hurt feelings and things like that. But when that came up in my calendar, I was like, 6 years, Jesus. These guys in the Arizona Diamondbacks, boy, they love killing birds. By the way, in Chicago, White Sox are going for the sweep against the Guardians, top of the fourth. Score remains 0-0. But everybody remembers that video of Randy Johnson.
One of the best videos ever.
The big unit. Whipping that fastball just as a bird crosses the path of the ball and just obliterating this bird. And it's happened now. Another pitcher for the Diamondbacks. This was a pregame warm-up. Zach Gallen destroyed a bird. He threw a curveball. You know, Randy Johnson's, I think, was like a fastball, right towards the... He threw a curveball that hit a bird in mid-flight. Now, if you've been to Arizona, the one thing that you'll notice is you don't see a lot of birds. You don't hear them. You don't see them. But over the course of... Now, again, we're spanning 20 years here. That was like 2000, right? Very beginning of that... that Randy Johnson did that. Killed a bird during a spring training game. And it's a great video. It's so fun. And as we now know, many, many years later, it was just destroying a drone. And so no birds were hurt in the pitching of that game. And Zach Gallen was only 5 years old when that happened. He said, I don't remember it as a kid, but now he's pitching for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And you'll recall Randy Johnson pitched a perfect game for the Diamondbacks against the Atlanta Braves in 2004. You'll recall that, won't you, Bill? You remember that? The perfect game? Won't you recall that with me?
The perfect game?
The perfect game. He's no Doc Ellis.
No, Doc Ellis. That wasn't a perfect game. That was a no-hitter.
Oh, no-hitter. Right.
The Doc Ellis was on LSD, and he threw a no-hitter. He had like
Lakeshore Drive?
7 walks or 9 walks or something. So
It's technically still...
yeah,
I
no-hitter.
mean,
It's
no
still
one hit
technically
anything.
no one hit anything.
Mm-hmm.
But he had some walks. I wonder how many that was.
If you want to leave voicemails for us, you can certainly do it. You might not have time to call us live. After hours line 216-986-8903.
8 walks.
Alan, Caleb McCann listened on the podcast from the other day. You guys were talking, I think, about Riot Fest and the Insane Clown Posse being there. I thought one of them, Shaggy 2 Dope, had heart failure, and they weren't touring anymore, performing. I'm very interested in this because I'm still trying to figure out how magnets work. Love you, bye.
Well, yeah. I mean, ICP is doing Riot Fest there. And hopefully it'll, I don't know. I forgot about the magnets thing. That's going way back. But I like the Insane Clown Pie. Those Juggalos.
Juggalos be tripping, yo.
Mm-hmm. They be tripping. And I don't know if they'll show up at Riot Fest.
Water, fire, air, and dirt. In magnets, how do they work?
How do they work? I have
Juggalos be tripping, yo.
I have to think that between then and now, somebody has explained that to them. I don't even believe that they didn't know. You know, they were just
rhymed.
Just unloading their brains, right? Stream of consciousness for Violent J and Shaggy 2 Dope. And, you know, they have grown children now. ICP, they're old men. I mean, they're around my age, a little bit older maybe. We were talking about Chris Cornell in 2017, 6 years ago. Also in 2017, 6 years ago, Bruce Jenner became Caitlyn Jenner. Remember Bruce Jenner?
Never heard of him.
Bruce Jenner was an Olympic. I don't know if he won a gold medal, but he was an Olympian.
He did win a gold medal, I believe.
And he was married to...
The decathlon, I believe.
Is that what it was?
I think so, yeah.
That's what got him on the Wheaties box.
Was the Dick-cathlon. Bruce Jenner was a very highly regarded athlete in his day. And he would do like variety shows and things like that. Very, very popular guy. And he would go on to marry Kris Kardashian. Kim Kardashian, the Kardashians, is right, because then she would become Kris Jenner.
But was he considered hot back in the day? Like, was he like a heartthrob?
Bruce Jenner, yeah.
Because I was looking back at old pictures.
Good-looking dude.
And I'm very generous when it comes to looks. I mean, all my friends.
Generous?
Yeah, Tucker Carlson.
But that's what I'm saying. Like,
Try
all
it
my,
again. Yeah, but he likes it.
All my friends say I like the
He
skeleton
likes,
face white.
yes, he likes that waxy white.
And I
kind
don't know
of-
what it is. Maybe it's Stockholm syndrome. I don't know. But
Do you know what Stockholm syndrome is? Do you think
falling
that's
in
when
love
you're
with your oppressor. Is that what it is?
your captor?
Captor,
Yes.
Yeah, I'm aware.
All right. I thought maybe for a second you thought it just meant when you're sexually attracted to really, really white people.
No, I know what it is.
You think Swedes are hot? I've got Stockholm syndrome.
Because all my
Falling in love with your oppressor.
all my girlfriends are black except for like Erica. She's like the only white girlfriend that I have. So when
Oh, is that true?
Yeah, all my girlfriends are black.
Huh.
My best girlfriends are all
And
black.
all your boyfriends are white. Interesting.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So when I come and show them pictures of my dudes, and they're like, "Listen, we have very different tastes. Like, so he's cute. He is good looking for you, but he's just not my type. You like the skeleton face white boys. I love black people. So I'm never gonna get their approval of stuff. So I just didn't know if I was going crazy because I looked back at like pictures of young Bruce Jenner.
I think Bruce
and I
Jenner
don't
would have
think he was hot.
absolutely been your type.
He's not. You were my type back in the day. I looked at old pictures of you. He knows this.
Now it's out.
I would have tossed it to him back in the day, but not Bruce Jenner. He just wasn't. He just, I don't know. He lacked flavor, seasoning, something. His face just looked too little. It looked too like oatmeal for me. I just didn't like it.
Does that make you feel good, Alan, that you are a skeleton-faced white boy?
No, it makes me feel worse because he said
'Cause you
back in the
used to
day
be.
when that's right. It makes me feel worse because my face was so skinny when I first came here.
The hottest picture I
and
have
I got a
of
big
you,
fat face.
the hottest picture I have of you, I posted on my Instagram. I think it was like for your birthday a couple years ago. I was like, hey, hottest boss I've ever had.
Well, that's true. Never have a boss hotter than me. Anyway, Bruce Jenner would go on to become Caitlyn Jenner. Sure, would kill someone in traffic before that, but nevertheless, Caitlyn Jenner remains an enigma to a lot of people because she doesn't, just because you're transgender doesn't mean that you think the same as everyone else in that community, and she very much does not. Bruce Jenner was a very right-wing person, and Caitlyn Jenner is a very right-wing person, and it doesn't matter to her. She said that the transgender rates are skyrocketing at a disturbing rate.
Disturbing?
That's what she said. Skyrocketing. That's right.
I wanted to be like those standout. Y'all making it, y'all muddying the waters for me.
Yeah.
Seriously, though. That's how she feels.
She wants to be a big fish in a small pond.
She's like, well, I didn't think everybody was going to be able to do it.
What's going on here?
I
I
was
mean-
a rich white man.
Where'd
That's who
they
this
get the
should
money
be
to do
for.
that?
Right.
Where'd they get the money?
Vagina's for me, not for thee.
Right.
So yeah, she was. I guess somebody was tweeting. One of these right-wing dopes was tweeting about like trans this and that and whatever. Trans has replaced woke as the big bugaboo word that you can just throw into any conversation and you'll rile up the rubes. And Caitlyn Jenner was going back and forth with this person. Oh my God. The rates of transgender, again, I don't know how you possibly quantify that, but she said that the transgender community was skyrocketing at a disturbing rate. She's like that old joke about the immigrant who gets off the boat at Ellis Island and then turns around and says, sorry, we're full. Go back to where you came from, you filthy immigrant. That's her, but for the transgender people.
I'm sorry, that'd be me too.
It would be
Yes,
We do.
absolutely.
It would
It's
be
not
me.
would be. It is you.
Yeah, no, that absolutely. I'm like,
Oh, and you
somebody.
take so much pride in it too.
Because I was just
He
like,
knows himself.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think back then. I'm like, ugh. If I was back in
But
those
here's the
times-
question, but why? Because
I
it's
don't
not a
know
zero-sum game. Someone else's success does not mean your failure. So
I
why
understand that.
would that be?
That's just my spirit.
It's who he is at the core.
Yeah, I'm not rooting for
It's
you
not-
because it's my personality, not because I dislike you. So you should take some, take solace in that I'm not, rooting against you because you're an abomination or something like that. I just don't want you to succeed because that's my character. That's just how I am. Getting off the island and I'm leaving.
It's in
you
his
dust.
DNA to just be
petty. He's my chief petty officer.
Yeah,
There's a reason for that.
Because I would just imagine.
That's an appointed position, not an elected one.
I just get off the boat. I'm like, oh, it's so crowded. Why are there so many immigrants here? Like, come on. We're going to be standing here all day. I gotta sign this stupid little book. I don't know how to write my name yet.
It's just an X. X spells Poundcake.
Now I got to share,
I landed on Plymouth Rock. You did not.
Plymouth
Rock landed on us.
Got to go to this immigrant housing with all y'all.
Getting mad.
I wanted to leave last week. But no. I had to wait for the rest of my family.
Been on that boat for 6
I
months.
want to start anew. Baby won't shut up.
I just like how deluded Caitlyn Jenner is because people were responding who were going, don't you know the Republicans don't like you? And she's like, wrong. The GOP is a big tent party and blah. They want everyone. Like, no, they literally want you to not exist. They literally want you to not be a thing. But again, it goes to show you, if you are white and you are rich, the world is your oyster. Well, first of all, if you're rich, the world is your oyster. But if you're white and rich, boy, ain't nothing you can't do. You can get it all chopped off, and Bruce can become Caitlyn, and it doesn't change your brain one iota. Not one. It's like, I was a rich white conservative. I was just in the wrong body. And that's a perfectly valid perspective. Not everybody thinks the same way just because, you're part of that community. But it certainly does not put her in good standing with her peers in that community at all. So 2017, a big year 6 years ago. Chris Cornell dies. Caitlyn Jenner is born. On the cover of Vanity Fair.
Call me Caitlyn.
Call me Caitlyn. I got a break here. I'll have those Guardians tickets for you later on. They're in Chicago to play the White Sox, but they're going to host the White Sox a week of the 22nd, and I'll get you some tickets for that game on the 24th. Also, the Aerosmith Farewell Tour is coming later in the fall, so if you want to go to that, I'll hook you up. 35192 to text, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Sunny skies today with our highs in the 60s, might reach 70. Tonight it's going to be mostly clear with overnight lows right around 60 for your Friday. We're going to start off partly sunny. We'll have a chance of a shower or thunderstorm later in the day with our highs in the 70s.
This report is sponsored by ThrivePeerSupport.com.
Have you experienced stress or trauma as a first responder? Thrive Peer Recovery Services offers a free anonymous support line with a first responder peer supporter. Call 216-400-8021 between 4 p.m. and midnight, Monday through Sunday.
39 month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $0 SEC debt plus tax tag title registration, $250 dealer fee with approved credit. Ends 5/31/23.
Hi, this is Chris Marhofer from Ron Marhofer Chevrolet in Stowe. During Chevy's Spring Into Adventure sales event, it's the perfect time to honor our nation's heroes and score a great deal on new Chevy cars, trucks, or SUVs. We've got hundreds of new Chevys. It's the best selection we've had in 2 years with thousands off MSRP or 0.9% financing on select models or zero down, sign and drive available. That's right, save thousands off MSRP or lease a 2023 Equinox LT for only $259 a month. Plus, if you bring in your trade, we'll give you way more than anybody, no matter how much you owe. So come down to Ron Marhofer Chevrolet in Stowe and take advantage of these incredible deals all month long. You won't find prices like these anywhere else. Find new roads at ronmarhoferchevy.com.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
Get ready to save with Spectrum One. You get Spectrum Internet delivering fast and reliable speeds for $49.99 a month. free advanced Wi-Fi for enhanced privacy and security, and a free Spectrum mobile line with unlimited talk, text, and data, plus nationwide 5G. Go to spectrum.com/save-more and use the Spectrum One Savings Calculator to see how much you can save today. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
You're gonna love this house, Sergeant Riley.
Just look at these high ceilings.
The upstairs is even better. City lights right from your window.
Upstairs? I don't see any stairs.
Oh, just strap on this harness and climb right up.
Up this rock climbing wall.
There's no field manual for finding the right home. But when you do, USAA Homeowners Insurance can help protect it the right way. Like saving up to 15% with our claims-free discount if you haven't filed a claim in 5 years, even if you've been with another provider. Learn more today at usaa.com/insuremyhome. USAA. Ability to receive a quote depends on membership eligibility. Membership eligibility and product restrictions apply and are subject to change. Discounts vary by location and may not be available in all states. Restrictions apply. USAA means United Services Automobile Association and its affiliates, San Antonio, Texas.
It's Ram season, which means it's time to serve with Ram 1500, Ram 3500, and Ram TRX. Hurry in now for great deals on the trucks that are built to serve. And now, well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn Quad Cab 4x4 for $439 a month for 36 months with $3,358 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra, no security deposit required. Call 1-877-RAM-5722 for details. Requires dealer contribution, a lease through Chrysler Capital. Extra charge for miles over 30,000. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 5/31/23.
Your spark is all you need. And let's be real, you don't have time for smoke and mirrors anyway. So ditch all the pretentiousness and the lighter it rode in on with Blue. Blue e-cigs are available in a variety of satisfying flavors and nicotine strengths. Even better, it's odorless. When you're living unlit, you're comfortable being your true you. And no one will mistake ashtray for your signature scent. Blue. Get unlit. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. Underage sale prohibited. Blue is a trademark of Fontum Holdings 4BV. Copyright 2022. Fontum US LLC.
Isn't it nice to get exactly what you want? Introducing the new My Plan from Verizon. Now you control what goes into your phone plan and what stays out of it. All on Verizon's award-winning 5G network. So, with My Plan, you get exactly what you want and only pay for what you need. And for a limited time, when you bring your own phones to a Verizon store, you get My Plan for just $25 a line. Per month for 4 unlimited welcome lines with autopay, plus taxes and fees. Keep your current device and save. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today and get My Plan for an amazing deal. $180 promo credit per phone applied over 36 months when you add 4 new smartphone lines with your own 4G, 5G smartphone on unlimited welcome. Promo credit ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Unlimited welcome, $30 per line for 4 lines, less $5 per line discount. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. Unlimited 5G, 4G LTE. For unlimited welcome plan in times of congestion, your data may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Jeff Kinsbach here with the best. Rich Claiborne of the Claiborne Auto Stores. Rich, it's Ram season.
Search our wide selection, take your pick, and save.
Got an example?
New 2023 Ram trucks, $10,000 off MSRP, plus attractive lease payments.
Wow, and congratulations on Claiborne's 50th anniversary.
It's all about the people. Claiborne team members who care and loyal customers who put their trust in Claiborne.
Experience the difference at the Claiborne Auto Stores.
Meet Joe A, Joe B, and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect. Support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Do you feel uneasy, irritable? Does your big cable home internet bill give you anxiety or cause you to make angry noises? You may be suffering from a serious condition known as UPH, unexpected price hikes.
It could happen to anyone, even you. Big Cable raised rates on millions of customers last year. You could get stuck paying more than you expected.
But now there's a solution to put an end to your suffering. T-Mobile 5G home internet is just $50 a month, and it comes with T-Mobile's price lock guarantee. That means they won't raise your home internet internet rate ever. Side effects include feelings of joy when you receive your bill, no annual contracts, and no monthly fees. Try T-Mobile Home Internet for just $50 a month with autopay and eligible payment method. Plus, get Price Lock Guarantee and put an end to the fear of unexpected price hikes today.
They won't raise my internet rates? Thanks, T-Mobile.
Check availability at T-Mobile.com/5G Internet.
Price Lock exclusions like taxes, fees, select promos, and third-party services apply. Qualifying credit and service required. Regulatory fees included in $50 price for qualified accounts, plus $5 per month without autopay. Debit or bank account required.
It only happens once a year. The annual Test Ride event. This Saturday at Ohio's legendary Southeast Harley-Davidson. Come test ride the hot new 2023 models and get the best deals of the year on our massive selection of high-quality pre-owned Harleys. While you're here, grab a bite in our world-famous Harley Diner and check out our one-of-a-kind showroom packed with motor clothes and accessories. Just in time for summer. It's the annual Test Ride event starting 9 a.m. this Saturday at Ohio's legendary Southeast Harley-Davidson.
Hey, it's Alan for Circle K. It is the 1-year anniversary of Mountain Dew Purple Thunder, and you can win big. Next time you're in Circle K through July 4th, there's a QR code. Scan that. You can win a pair of Vespa scooters or a year's supply of Mountain Dew Purple Thunder, which is exclusively available at Circle K. You can get it over in the fountain drinks. You can get it in the cooler 20-ounce bottle, and new this year, you can get it in the Froster frozen beverages, too. Mountain Dew Purple Thunder, get it exclusively at Circle K.
Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all of your favorite radio stations.
Rover's Morning Glory.
It's The Woody Show.
It's Elliot in the Morning.
All of the once-in-a-lifetime events.
iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Woo! All of the best free curated playlists.
It's everything that rocks.
All of the great podcasts for every interest.
This is Freddie Prinze Jr. from the Wrestling with Freddie podcast.
All of the mind-blowing content.
$20,000.
Awesome.
All of your favorite superstars.
This is Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters.
Best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
Some things are too good to be true. This thing is too true to be good.
The Alan Cox Show.
True that.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Who do you think this is, Cody?
This is Bon Jovi. It's not Simple Plan, right?
Simple Plan. Who does Dave Grohl sing for?
Oh, Foo Fighters.
That's right. Foo Fighters.
Ladies and gentlemen, Foo Fighters.
Mm-hmm. Brand new song, another one they dropped from the new album. This is called Under You. And, of course, we've been playing Rescued for a while. I'm sure we're playing Under You. I think Stansbury played it earlier. The new album is called But Here We Are. They're first after Taylor Hawkins' death. That is out 2 weeks from tomorrow. June 2 is when that new Foo Fighters come out. And they have also announced a global live stream event.
Been there, done that.
You know how I love the global live stream events. They're doing a free streaming thing that's going to be the first time they've played some of these songs live. There's going to be some behind-the-scenes stuff. Streaming at 5 a.m. You got to buy a ticket for it, too. But if you're excited for the Foo Fighters, and you know they're doing every festival known to man this summer, so your opportunities to see them live are myriad. So in January, they go, we're not only are we not breaking up, we're going to have a new drummer. And so during this global live stream event is when they will be announcing who is replacing Taylor Hawkins. And FanDuel odds have got Josh Freese in the mix. I would love to see him in there. Matt Cameron, who's also behind the drums for Pearl Jam, but he's not averse to pulling double duty. And they're going to be doing some of their own headlining shows. They're taking the Breeders out with them. So I don't know. We'll find out. But they're going to be announcing part of this live stream event.
Like Cannonball?
I'm sorry?
Those breeders?
Oh, yeah. Kim Deal and the Breeders. The pride of Dayton, Ohio. And they will tell everyone who. I think initially people were like, maybe they're training Taylor's kid. But he's so young.
He's so young, yeah.
Yeah.
How young?
He's like
15.
16.
Oh,
yeah,
that's really young.
So they will be announcing that on Sunday. If you want to take part in that global live stream event. Very exciting. Guardians are in Chicago trying to avoid the sweep. Unbelievably, even though they're my team. Unbelievably, the White Sox have beat the Guardians twice in a row. It was 8-3, 7-2 last night. End of the fifth, it is 1 run apiece. So this would be good for the White Sox to pull that sweep off. But the Guardians are hoping to avoid it. So that's the end of that series. Guardians will go on to play the Mets tomorrow night. Justin Verlander and the Mets. 7:10 is the first pitch tomorrow night. 6:35 will start your pregame. And then they'll be back here at the beginning of next week to host the White Sox. I'll have tickets for you for next Wednesday's game in about a half an hour. Let me introduce you to the Boot Girls. Have you seen the Boot Girls?
Nope.
I was hoping that they meant boot in the old school vomiting sense, but no, nothing that fun.
Just big-ass boots?
No, these are girls that will charge $50 to get the boot off of your car. The big yellow thing that they got. I don't know if they're running around with a chainsaw or what, but they call themselves Boot Girls because they want to stay anonymous. This is in Atlanta. So our bureau chiefs there in the great state of Georgia, fine city of Hotlanta, they're charging people $50 to get the boots. Boy, that seems cheap.
Mm-hmm.
Boot Baby and Boot Shiesty are the Boot Girls. And they have to dodge like meter maids and parking enforcement officers the whole time.
You can't do it.
You can't
do it, man.
You're finna step on her foot.
I'm not stepping on your foot. You can't do it.
You need to go, like, for real.
Nope, you can't do this.
You're mad.
No, you cannot take this off, ma'am.
Who's mad?
Okay. Nope.
It's legal. Like,
it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not legal.
What's wrong with you? Hurry up. You can go.
I love them. They have ball caps on and like bandanas over their face. And they have whatever the tools are, they get boots off of cars. And so they're fighting the parking enforcement industry there in Atlanta. And they've gotten about 85,000 followers on Instagram and TikTok. And they're the Boot Girls. Because you figure, let's say you've got a pretty expensive ride, but you can't read a parking sign. Or you've ignored it because you're like, look, you know, we've talked about this before. People go, oh, I don't pay my parking tickets. I ignore those. Well, you'll end up with a boot. You ever had a boot on your car?
No.
Oh, God. When I moved back to Chicago, I was so goddamn poor. I had I was getting divorced. I had no money at all. And I was paying parking tickets or trying to. My car got towed like twice in 3 days. And I ended up with a boot on my car. It just sucks. If I'd had one of these things, I would have kept it in my trunk. Boot Baby wears the black balaclava and Boot Shiesty in pink. And is it legal? It sure doesn't sound like it. If you were to hit up, they charge $50 a day. If you hit up the city, they'll charge you $75 or $80. So they're just undercutting what the city will already do. They're like, hey, why pay them $80 when you can give me $50 and we'll cut it off?
And they're not even cutting it. They're
taking it off.
They're just taking it off. They're not destroying them.
Nope.
That's why I think when they get in serious trouble if they're destroying property, but they're just removing them.
Well, but also, these two probably went online and just bought a couple of boot keys.
Yep.
That can't be hard. You can get anything you want anywhere now.
Why doesn't everybody do that then?
You probably could.
Probably expensive. He's saying, why doesn't everybody do it? Or it's not something they run into that they need.
Mm-hmm.
How often you get in a boot that you want to buy a key for?
I don't know.
You know?
There's a lot of people getting booted.
So they had a friend apparently who had a boot key, and then they just decided to buy their own. Ever since then, we just went on our bull shrimp boot chase, he said. I love these girls.
Oh, my God.
They previously worked as beauticians. That explains the batwing eyelashes. and they average 40 a day.
Damn.
That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of people getting booted.
In Atlanta.
Especially, there's no way to know what 40 times 50 is. But that's what they're raking in on average per day.
Damn,
it's
that's good
$2
money.
billion.
$2
I
billion?
I did the math.
Wow,
in my head,
in your head. You are good.
$2 billion.
Instant
a day.
billionaires.
Hey, they're killing it.
I'll tell you what, Boot Baby and Boot Shiesty, they're living the dream. It's just a blessing, honestly. I like how people attribute things that they did to God. It's a blessing, really. I mean, God,
if it's a
you
crime.
bought boot keys on the internet. It's like when a doctor saves your child's life. We just gave it up to God, not the doctor. Why don't you go thank the doctor?
Oh, well, that's one thing that they'd always have these stories when I was a kid, as like Mormons would be like, oh, the doctor said there was no chance that this woman could conceive, and then she got pregnant after she prayed and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, do you think maybe the doctor just didn't do a good job? Like, there's a chance that doctor just either mixed up someone's test results or didn't actually, do a thorough follow-up or whatever, and maybe she could have a baby the whole time. Maybe that was it.
Every med school class has somebody who graduates dead last.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
So these two girls are running around doing this in Atlanta. They have a lawyer, and their lawyer says, we consider what the city is doing piracy because they're seizing your property and you're not getting it back until you give them money, and you really don't have any other recourse. So these girls are running around in their jeans, ball caps, balaclavas, and they're taking these boots off. I don't know how you get to them. I don't know if you DM them on Instagram or
they have phone numbers on their cars. They leave their
booty everywhere.
They leave a card on the windshield and they call that number and you go get them, or it's on their Instagram.
Well, because here's the thing: it's whatever city you live in, it's really lucrative for the city because it costs a lot of money to have a boot removed, or it can potentially. Because by that time, you got the boot because you're way behind in parking tickets. So they don't put a boot on you if you haven't paid a couple of tickets. By the time you get the boot, you're like $500 in. And so these girls, they're like vigilantes. I love it.
I missed it.
Bootman.
If you guys said it, but when you have a parking ticket, it doesn't, you don't have interest on that, right?
No, you just got to pay it.
Okay. I didn't know if
But I mean, if you let them pile up,
yeah,
A, you're in for a lot of money. B, they can suspend all manner of things.
I didn't know if there was late fees or something like that, because that would suck. Because, when you get a ticket from an actual officer, it says you got to pay it by this date or you have a warrant. I'm like, well, what if I don't pay it and you don't come find me?
Well, I think the amount goes up. Like they're like, pay it by this and it's this much, pay it by this and it's this much. But after that, it's a free-for-all. I think they tell you. This last ticket I got about a month ago or something, it was like, if you pay it by this time, it's this. If you pay it after this, it's this. And then it's a whole court situation.
That's the sound of the police.
The Boot Girls may end up helping to shape Georgia law because a couple of state senators have introduced a bill to ban booting in the state. And so now that's going to cut into the Boot Girls' revenue. There are 100,000 boots placed in the state of Georgia every year.
That is so much.
So they're charging you to give you your own property back.
That's insane.
Pretty wild.
100,000 boots. Damn, people broke.
But also more and more people are just going to go buy boot keys and they're going to cut into these girls, So they also need to take some of that revenue they're making and go out and assassinate other people with boot keys. That's the only way I see this working out for them. All right. I mean their character.
Boot wars.
Not them. Hey, Eric.
Hello, sir.
What's going on?
Hate the show.
Thank
you.
The show. Thank you, sir.
So I used to live on Waveland Avenue. I'm sure you know where that is.
Waveland and what?
Chicago.
Waveland
Chicago.
And what?
Right by the lake. I mean, the golf course was right there. I could walk down to Wrigley and watch the game for $10, sit out in the bleachers. But
you were over on Pine Grove, or where were you?
I was Waveland 3, right off of the LSD.
So like Pine Grove.
Yeah, ish.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so there was. It's a funny thing because you know how when you live in the city, you have to drive around and find a parking spot, and once you find it, you park there for the rest of the weekend. There was this vehicle on the corner blocking the sidewalk. I kid you not, it had 100 stickers of false park, the parking violations.
Yeah.
2 boots on it, and it never moved. And I was like, and they never towed it. Just sat there. It looked like if you just put stickums on the vehicle. I'm not joking, dude. All over the windows.
Well, if they end up towing it, you're only going to gain a parking spot, and the city's going to lose all that revenue. So,
But they're never going to gain that revenue. Because that
the chances are slim. But the body was probably in the trunk the whole time.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Right.
There was. I was there for like a year. It never moved, and it was all over. No one's moving that vehicle.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Eric. There's Eric in Stowe, former Chicago resident. Hey, Bill.
Hey.
Hey, Al.
The other Bill.
Hey,
the Bill on the phone, Bill.
Phone bill.
Phone bill.
I
paid it.
Hi.
No, the Bill on the phone. Bill in Lakewood. Wait, you're a Bill in Lakewood.
I'm Bill in Lakewood, but right now I'm in Cleveland.
I'm confused. So Bill in Lakewood's on the phone. Bill in Lakewood's in here, but we're in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Okay. Bill in Lakewood. Hello.
Hello.
No, the other Bill.
Really confused. Oh, hi, Bill.
Hi, Bill. I don't know why Alan's so bad at this. We've been doing this forever.
I don't. I can't keep track.
Just don't send me a bill.
Hey.
I hate to say it, but I'm on the other end of this stuff. It's all about personal property and owning stuff. So the boot girls don't own that, and when you're doing stuff like that, it's I don't know, felony or something. Same thing with everyone's in love with graffiti, expression of art. That's not your building that you're illegally tagging. Yeah, it's cool, but it's not your building. So
well, nobody's saying it's their property. I mean, that's why you're in a legal weird spot there. I mean, that's why these girls are wearing masks and ball caps. They're not saying these boots are ours or this building is ours. I mean, that's why taggers are out under cover of moonlight,
But like, I can't come in and borrow your microphone, Al. It's yours.
Well,
but
Bill,
if he called you and paid you $50 to borrow it, that's different.
It's my weapon of choice. You wouldn't know what to do with it.
True, but in the strict sense, you can't. You got to pay your parking tickets. You got to not graffiti buildings. You can't be the boot girls touching stuff that's not yours legally.
Listen, I hear you, Bill. Theoretically, we are a nation of laws, but you look around and it seems less and less likely that people are all on board.
Yes, it's starting the, what do you call that? Destruction of civilization. How's that for
entropy. I love entropy.
Yes, once you start not following laws, where does it end, Al?
I love it.
Yeah, Al.
Okay, listen, thank you. There's Bill in Lakewood, not the Bill that's in here. He won't be Bill in Lakewood until around 7 o'clock tonight.
Right.
Will you go home after the show today?
Yeah, I'll go home for a little bit, and then I'm going to go to
Will you ask your girlfriend if she's on her period again?
No, I already know she is. But then we're going to go to High and Dry.
Oh.
And then we're going to go to Pants' new bar afterwards.
Oh.
Because we're off tomorrow, so we're going to have a little date night type thing.
Nice. Go get some sexy drinks. Okay. Yeah, well, anyway, these, if you want to follow the Boot Girls, I mean, even if you don't live in Atlanta, why not have some fun on social media? There's so much negativity on social media. Let's have a little bit of fun. Alan, they bought the keys from a local company that makes them. Atlanta is one of the few cities that allows private companies to boot cars on private property. I don't think they're removing boots on the street. Well, yeah, okay. Alan, Funny Bus was awesome. Bill was lovely as always.
Well, thank you so much.
Alan, I was working downtown. I parked in the wrong parking lot, and I had a boot on my car by lunchtime. And I didn't owe any parking tickets. It was $240 to get it removed.
Sheesh.
Holy mackerel. Well, Bill, my girlfriend isn't on her period, but she should be. Uh-oh. Oh.
You gonna be a
get
daddy.
it. Oh, my God.
I be pregonate. How do I know if I'm prengan? What is the best time to sex to become pregnant?
Yep. That's why Homeboy's shooting blanks right now. Beautiful. Oh, what a feeling. I still can't believe I waited so long to get snipped.
Yeah, we all been telling you that for years.
I know you have.
Condoms aren't even a big deal.
Well, they're not.
But it's just the
They're
condom.
not.
This guy.
But listen, we all got to make our choices. I'm choosing to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192, I'll have those Guardians tickets for you. Next Wednesday, the White Sox are going to be in town for an afternooner, so we'll get you 4 passes for that, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
I like news stories where the serious anchor has to talk about something strange. Here's one where a guy beat up his girlfriend for an unusual reason.
The warrant states the victim stated Handy got upset with her after finding out that she took a poop without informing him or letting him observe. She explained that Handy has a fetish of watching women use the bathroom.
Who has that fetish?
What is
Come
that?
on. That's the sickest thing.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Welcome to BreezeLine, where the sky's the limit thanks to better internet. With lightning fast speeds up to 1 gig, you can game like a boss, stream like a pro, and watch like there's no tomorrow. Stream, watch, post, send, and trend. Do it all with our fiber-powered network, bringing you reliable, fast internet. Welcome to BreezeLine. Visit breezeline.com for latest offers. Service subject to availability. New customers in select areas only. Visit breezeline.com for details.
Jeff Kinsbach here with Rich Claiborne of the Claiborne Auto Stores. Rich, the savings are huge.
Search our wide selection, take your pick, and save.
Bet you got a great example.
New 2023 Ford Explorers, $4,000 off MSRP. Plus attractive lease payments.
Wow. And congratulations on Claiborne's 50th anniversary.
It's all about the people. Claiborne team members who care and loyal customers who put their trust in Claiborne.
Experience the difference at the Claiborne Auto Stores.
Don't let today's higher interest rates stop you from buying your dream home. Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. The Federal Reserve is calling for more interest rate increases, but with Third Federal's early approval, you can lock in your mortgage rate now before rates go up again. Only Third Federal's early approval locks in your rate now before you find a house, protecting you from rising interest rates. Early approval is a pre-approval, good for 6 months. And for a limited time, you get $295 off a closing cost. Plus, buy a home with Third Federal this spring, and if rates go down anytime in the next 3 years, you can refinance for free. Early approval ends May 31st. Apply online or call 1-800-3RD-FED today.
The Federal Reserve is calling for more rate increases this year, so lock in today's rate of 6.09%, APR 6.18% on Third Federal's 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, even before you find a home. Rate lock renews automatically the current rate after 60 days or anytime upon request. APR reflects 15% down for $200,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. Ask associate for details. Equal housing lender.
The lilies are lovely, the petunias are popping, and the springtime deals are bloomin' crazy. Woo, it's me, Marigold Mike, Daisy Chain to Battle from Nissan in North Olmsted and I-90 Nissan, Sheffield Village. It's our annual event of your perennial favorites. Looking for a new Nissan? Forget me not. We've got a beautiful bunch. Sit behind the pedals and pick one of the best selection in the entire carnation. Just see my best bud, the Dante, Daffodil, Deal, Buttercup, Blossom, Belgian. You know, I have known him since he was a little sprout, and he's been pruning prices, and he'll be presenting you with a bouquet of bargains. How about this arrangement? Start by plucking up APRs as low as 0%. Are you kidding me? That's almost like free money. You'll come out smelling like a rose. So plant yourself at Nissan in North Olmsted and I-90 Nissan. Why? Because the deals are so good. See us online at bignissan.com.
Wake up, people. You're optimizing every waking hour of your life, from carpooling kids to work to friends and everything in between. You have to get sleep and a bed that can perform as well as you do. Meet the next generation Sleep Number Smart Bed. It effortlessly adjusts to your shape, position, and movements, learning how you sleep so you learn to sleep better night after night. Sleep next level, only from Sleep Number. Save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed, plus special financing. Ends Monday. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com. See store for details.
Life's better with an auto policy from American Family Insurance. No matter what dreams you're driving towards. That's because our expert agents will make you feel totally protected with the right auto coverage at the right price. You'll also save up to 23% when you bundle auto with home. American Family Insurance. Get a quote, find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
Hey there, it's Alan for Window Nation. You know why I have Window Nation windows at Casa Cox? Because their expert installers, on average, have about a decade and a half experience. All they do are windows. It's not like the guy's going to come in and then go, let me fix this other thing and I'll come back. Window Nation have installed nearly 2 million windows. Perfection rate around 96%. That means they do it right the first time. The windows are made here in Northeast Ohio, and you can save a ton of money on them. They will give you 2 free ones for every 2 you buy and 0% financing, no interest at all for 5 years. So start at windownation.com. You'll see no shortage of styles for your home. Maybe you want to keep it kind of relatively looking the same. Maybe you want to upgrade it a little bit. You want to call and talk to them, 866-90-NATION. Just make sure you give them my name. You can protect your home, increase the value of it. Looks awesome. Save money on your energy bills year-round. 866-90-NATION. Alan Cox from WMMS told me all about it. Tell him that. Or go to windownation.com. 2 free windows for every 2 you buy and 0% financing for 5 years from Window Nation.
Hi, I'm AJ Petiti. Just in time for Mother's Day, our famous BOGO hanging basket sale is back at all Petiti Garden Centers. Shop all annual hanging baskets right now at buy one, get one free. Petitis, we're locally grown and family owned.
Did you know that tires purchased from Conrad's include everything you need to get the maximum life out of your new tires? Bundle and save to get up to $200
codes. See dealer for details. Offer ends 5/31/23.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
All right, your Cleveland Guardians are duking it out right now in Chicago with the White Sox, but they will host them here next week. The final in that series is Wednesday afternoon. It's a 1:10 first pitch at Progressive Field. Tickets, info, everything else, get that MLB Ballpark app. It is invaluable all season long. I got 4 tickets for you. Next Wednesday, Guardians, White Sox in the afternoon. Caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
For the record, this is as interesting as they get.
I mean, it's as interesting as a morgue. It might be less interesting than a morgue.
The Alan Cox Show. On 100.7 WMMS Buzzard Radio.
I was reading they're making a movie about Kent State. I'm not sure why. I mean, I don't think anything ever happened there. But they're going to be, it's called Kent Reed, Kent Wright, Kent State. Isn't that the old joke?
Yeah.
Nailed it.
It's really funny.
The movie's called Kent State, and they have cast Alec Baldwin to play former Kent State President Robert White in the movie. What, now any movie with shooting, you get Alec Baldwin? There have to have been other movies about Kent State made before, right? At least in the backdrop. Wasn't that Dimitri Martin Woodstock movie? Didn't that have Kent State kind of as the subtext in it? I guess that wouldn't have happened yet, so I guess not.
Yeah, I don't think I saw that either. So.
It'll be told through the perspective of the film's protagonist, Will McCormick, who's probably not based on a real person. You know, they have to do like an amalgam of personalities for these movies. Strangely enough, Kent State is not at all involved in the production. You'd think they'd at least be getting some exteriors over there or something. But Alec Baldwin will play the president of Kent State University. Don't know who else is in the movie. But there you go. For people who, it's a stain on the memory here in Northeast Ohio. Is Kent still Northeast Ohio?
Mm-hmm.
It's being shot in Columbus, Georgia. Not even Columbus, no Kent State, not even in Columbus, Ohio, Columbus, Georgia. The original plan was to film on location, but they just couldn't get the tax credit going, I guess. And then there's also a television mini-series about Kent State, too. So after, it was recently the 53rd anniversary of Kent State, a few weeks back. That happened 1970, right? It was before I was born. So feast or famine. If you're somebody who's been cursing the entertainment industry for having neither film or television projects about Kent State, you're about to be one happy camper. Alec Baldwin, of course, was in court on that. He shot a camera woman on that movie he was making, involuntary manslaughter. But he was, they dropped the charges against him. So he won't even be coming to Ohio to shoot this thing. He'll be in Columbus, Georgia, for the Kent State movie. When are they going to make a movie about the University of Akron?
When Cody gets famous enough.
Oh, they've made plenty of movies about the University of Akron.
Have they?
No, but they should.
What?
Nothing. I'm just saying all the crime that happens around there, like, around the city, I'm surprised there hasn't been a movie made about like the inner workings of Akron. Not University of Akron, but just like Akron proper.
Okay. Well, who would you play in the movie version of the University of Akron?
I don't know, Poundcake. I don't know.
But you weren't Poundcake at the University of Akron. You were DJ Cobra.
I was Poundcake for a year because I was there like my senior year, and I was on this show. So yeah, DJ Cobra for the first 3 years. So I mean,
you were more Cobra than Poundcake at the University of Akron.
I feel like it would University of Akron would have like would make a great scary movie because there were so many times where I was in suspense from walking to one end of the campus to the other with my headphones in. Like it would be 11 p.m. I would finish my air shift and I would walk across campus.
Oh, you were on at night? Why did I think you were on in the morning?
I was on in the morning there were several different semesters. I had a morning shift, I had a midday shift, I had a 4 to 7, then I had a 7 to 11.
So you'd have to schedule your classes around when your air shift was.
Yes. Yeah, in that particular semester, I had all my classes in the afternoon, so I couldn't be on in the afternoon. And I had a house on Allen, which, if you know the campus, that's like...
I don't.
But there are people listening that might know the campus. A few blocks away from campus. So at 11 o'clock at night, it doesn't matter. It's not even like University of Akron's fault. It's just if you have an inner city, it's going to be sketchy at night. And
what about the outer city?
No, not out. No, outer city not bad.
Once you get outside a certain radius, it's a utopia.
You're okay.
Yeah.
But there was always like those emergency lights everywhere, which I appreciated. But I
well, the blue blue boxes on the rape phones or whatever.
Is that what they're called, rape phones?
Well, aren't they? Like there's blue lights on those emergency phones. They're like rape phones. I mean,
you're supposed to call them whenever you feel uncomfortable or unsafe or whatever.
Yeah. Well,
but
by most accounts, rape's pretty uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But nothing.
I'm saying it could be like
preemptive,
being robbed or being followed. It doesn't have to be rape.
Yeah. Nothing. By the grace of God, nothing happened to me. I know people that have gotten in a tussle or gotten mugged, but
so God wasn't looking out for those people.
No, just me.
Looking out for you.
Just me.
Okay. Gotcha.
I knew I had to be up early in the morning, do my studies, and not learn.
And the Lord saith, Cody must be up early in the morning. He's got to be up at the crack of 10.
I do not have time to be robbed today.
No.
We can schedule a time, but not right now. I got stuff
You've got a good Robin in your future because I've got to... Can't schedule that for today.
I have to cram. I was the king of cram, man.
Yeah, to this day.
It would be like, all right, we have a test this day.
I never understood cramming for a test. If there's any situation in which you're not going to remember what you need to remember, it's under that kind of time constraint. I know everybody learns differently. Some people swear that they're best under pressure. I think those people just get lucky. But
we'd have
whatever works for you. But I never understood cramming for a test.
We'd have a week, like literally should tell us the test is going to be this day, be prepared. and then it will get
and
down.
You'd wait till the last minute.
We'd be in class the day before, like usually my classes were like Monday, Wednesday, Friday for certain days or whatever. And then she'd be like, all right, we have that test on Friday.
And these were like periodic tests, or you're not talking like midterms or
no, just a regular test.
Yeah.
Like, we have this test on Friday, and I'm like, test on Friday? Like, yeah, over last week's material. I'm like, all right. So then
it wasn't like 40% of your grade. It was just like a regular test.
Yeah, but tests are important, and so
I would think so.
So I'm like, all right. So this is how I put it in my mind. I was like, I'm not going to study tonight because this would be really stressful. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to pull all-nighter.
Really stressful. An all-nighter, that won't be stressful at all. Yeah.
I'll
stress-free.
I keep all the information fresh in my mind for the next 12 hours. So I would start at like 9 p.m. the night before, and my class would be like 10 a.m. the next day.
I did that all the time.
I see.
So I would just do a full 12 hours of all the information so it would be fresh.
I wouldn't have pegged you as a crammer, Mary.
Really?
Well, because you and I are usually on the same page when it comes to academia and kind of our work ethic therein. I'm surprised that you would be a crammer. Is it for the same reason where you thought that the information would be fresh?
No, I didn't ever cram when it came in high school. I started cramming in college because I was prioritizing like drinking and going out.
Oh,
So
I see.
would put it off because
it was cutting into your social life.
Yes, because I am good at school, so I'm like I can learn things pretty quickly for like if I dedicate, like Cody said, if I dedicate 8 hours to this, I'll be fine. That was mostly my mindset. It wasn't. I just would rather be out at parties.
Don't worry, Alan. I didn't cram.
Bill just slept through the test. It's like, yeah, I'm not gonna.
There were times where I would just write my name on the test and just hand it in, and they're like, "That's what you're gonna do." I'm like, "That's what I'm gonna do."
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't necessarily.
Can I leave now?
It didn't necessarily, work against me because I would do decent. Like I would get C's and B minuses. So I never really got a D or a F. So I'm like, okay, this works. So that's not the best way to study. I'm not recommending doing that, but that's what I used to do because I too was a procrastinator. I would put things off, and I was forgetful. I just wanted to be out in college.
Getting C's because all them D's.
Yes, honestly. I would be out and I'm like, I don't want to study right now. I'm in college. I study out, like, whatever.
Yeah.
And full 12 hours, I order a full pizza and a big Dr. Pepper.
A large?
A large pizza.
No, a full pizza.
Full pizza.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they measure them like mattresses.
No, I assume he meant a whole pizza. I just didn't know what size.
Yeah,
so a large pizza.
Not twin, not queen.
I'd order a bunk bed pizza. That's where they stack all the toppings on top of each other, like a regular pizza.
Yeah.
First, they lay it on the cheese, then the pepperoni, then the vegetables. Who am I kidding? You have vegetables on his pizza.
No, yeah, it was meat lovers. It was all sausage, pepperoni.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I get cheese and broccoli?
Yeah, sausage, pepperoni, ham, and then like
ham.
A large Dr.
Sausage, pepperoni, and ham.
It's all meats.
Wow, that was the meat lovers.
That's when you love meat.
And bacon?
Yeah, probably would have some bacon.
I like when the places that they go, we have pepperoni and old world pepperoni. Oh, I see. The tiny ones that curl up like the little oil bowl.
Those are the good ones.
I like those.
Hey, who wants the newfangled pepperoni? I want it from the old world. Just like my grandma used to make. Old world pepperoni. Yeah. I love it. I'd like 2 kinds of pepperoni, please.
Yes. I would.
But they taste exactly the same. They're different sizes, not
but
different
they have
flavors.
different consistency.
Oh, stop.
And consistency matters.
All marketing.
That mouthfeel is important.
Mouthfeel.
I like a good mouthfeel.
Oh, boy.
That little bit, those tiny ones are a little thicker. And they get a little crispier.
Crunchier,
Yeah.
yeah.
If you've got a pizza shop, I wonder what... Because we were talking about Geraci's right on the other side of our building here.
Yeah.
Bill Vincenzo's open up tomorrow. I wonder, because I don't see it often, but I do see it. I imagine we all have. What possesses a pizza shop to go, we're not going to do sliced green peppers, we're going to do diced green peppers?
I think it depends on what else they have on the menu. So some places will have green peppers also in salads.
Oh,
so
I see.
I think that dictates the shape of the vegetables.
So you're not setting aside slices for the za and dice for the salad. You're going, yeah, but you put slices of green pepper in a salad. You have to dice it in a salad.
Right. I'm just saying.
I just thought that was an interesting choice.
Well, it's the same thing with tomatoes. Some places that I usually find that if a
diced
pizza place,
tomatoes on a pizza?
No, if a pizza place has subs, they'll have the whole tomato, like sliced, because they're using it for both.
Look at you cracking the code.
I love food, and I eat it a lot.
You eat it a lot? That's my problem. I don't eat it that often.
Regular.
I don't eat it that often.
Step up your food game, bro.
No, I'm on a big old not eating kick right now. It's great. Awesome.
So much.
And I'm not even it's not even voluntary. I'm just not eating. I'm just like, I'm hungry.
Are you depressed?
Depressed? No, I feel great.
Are you repressed?
Are you on a new medication that might be in the amphetamine category?
I'm not on any medication.
Okay.
No, hell no.
Good for you then.
Hey, Jimmy.
Yeah, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Nothing. My buddy, he opened a pizza shop years ago now. Gets a customer call in and said they want to.
Yeah.
They ordered a square cut pepperoni pizza, right?
Yep.
Just like you like it. he cut the individual pepperonis into squares.
Oh, yes.
I saw it coming, and I was hoping that's where it was going. I love it. Did he give him a round pizza with square pepperoni?
With square cut pepperonis, hand cut each one.
Oh, that's great. Was he
for life, though.
I was going to say, was he trolling the guy, or was he
just really thought that that's what they wanted to have? And
he literally thought that.
He thought that was what they wanted.
Oh, could I get square cut pepperoni? He's like, wow, this is really labor intensive. What am I going to do with all of the outside of the pepperoni? He threw that into the antipasti.
Maybe he put him on a salad or something.
Fed it to his dog. Right.
But
okay.
Just wanted to share with you guys.
Thank you, Jimmy. There's Jimmy in North Olmsted.
A question.
Yes.
About this Kent State movie.
Uh-huh.
So 4 people, obviously the tragedy was so long ago.
53 years as of this past May 4th.
That 4 people dying in a shooting was a big deal.
Well, yeah, that's the case, but I don't know of anybody that has gotten shot on Akron's campus, thank God. But
at least not by the military.
as I said before, around the campus, like we will probably have movies all the time or documentaries or the first 48. So
But it's the military involvement.
It was the National Guard. It was shooting students.
Well, we had SWAT team one time. That was for one of our fests, one of our parties. Or maybe not the SWAT team, but if they're in the gear with the shields, that's SWAT gear, right?
Yes.
Okay, so they should make a movie about our Sumner Fest, like our parties. We had Sumner Fest and Sherman Fest. Those were like Project X type parties. A car got flipped and lit on fire. It's crazy.
Huh. All right.
So I think our movie would be better.
You think your movie would be better?
Yeah, because that Kent State stuff, it's been depicted several times. There's been dramatizations about it.
Why Sumner Fest and Sherman Fest?
Because those
name
were
of the streets.
The name of the street. Sherman Street and Sumner Street.
Okay. And so you think they should make a movie about a street festival?
Absolutely. In the middle of Corcoran, Ohio.
Right. Well, maybe they will.
They should.
You should write the treatment for it. This could be your transition into being a filmmaker. Do you have any aspirations of maybe moving into a more visual medium? Since you've abandoned your audio medium?
I didn't abandon it. I'm just horrible at it.
He's on hiatus. What do you say? I'm horrible at it? It took him 110 episodes in to go, hey, maybe this is
for me.
Not for me.
No, I'm just kidding.
This thing any notions as to when the Poundcake podcast might return from its hiatus?
Me and Fancy are recording something tonight.
Oh, yeah? Is it going to drop next Wednesday?
I don't know if it's going to be next Wednesday. I'm trying to have a couple in the can. So
but what about the podcast?
I'm meaning the podcast. I'm just trying to record a couple. So it's not so hard on me to put these episodes out each week because I have
on me.
I have a different schedule every week, so it's been kind of difficult, and it's really hard to get guests and keep them lined up, and it's just a lot. And
that's why I don't really do a lot of guests because it is.
But I like guests. I
like guests too, but it is a lot. That's why I do a few guests, but I don't rely on guests.
I haven't relied on guests, but it just makes it a lot harder on me, and it's another job, and I just don't want another job right now. But
you already have 3.
I already have 3. So
you doing a wedding this weekend?
I am doing a wedding this weekend. So yeah,
MC Wettings.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be out there.
So I'll get you guys something, but you just be patient with me.
Sorry.
Do you already know where's the wedding this weekend?
Sumner Fest.
It's like towards Columbus.
Oh, okay. Oh, you get booked that far out.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Again, another job.
I understand. And so you'll go down there and be like, hey, everybody, what do you raise the roof? Whatever you say.
Yes, that's exactly what I say. Hey, guys, raise the roof.
And then you put your hands up like this, like you're raising the roof.
Well, I can't see you, but yes.
Well, I would be making the appropriate arm motions.
Oh, not like this,
you
not
had
like
to
a
guess.
palms to the ceiling. Do you give them a dab?
If they want, again, after all the formalities are done, I'm on the dance floor like everybody else.
Uh-huh.
I kick my shoes off, make sure they don't stink, and then, I'm dancing.
Take your shoes off like you're wearing high heels. Why you gotta take your shoes
He
off?
hangs them in his fingers like wine stems.
But there's still dress shoes. Dress shoes are not the most. I don't care what. Oh, this branded dress shoe is really comfortable. They're not. No dress shoe is super comfortable. They're very thin, and I don't like thin shoes.
Maybe just buy better shoes.
Well, you got to wear them in too. And,
Where'd you get them from?
My brother gave them to me.
Well,
so,
then, Cody.
You guys have the same size
the
foot?
same size shoe, and my brother's a big guy, so if they're not broken in by the time he wears them,
Right.
then they're
You
not.
gotta bring it to
Wow.
your foot. You have different feet.
If you go get a pair of shoes, you're 30, dude. You should have a pair of nice
I
dress
do have
shoes
a
that
pair
are
of
yours
nice dress
that
shoes.
are not
His
used.
shoes were better.
I had this
Go
argument
to the
with Brian.
DSW and get yourself a pair of
Why?
shoes.
What is the problem, Mary?
I had this argument with Brian. I feel like when
I'm 30,
he's
I can't buy
he's
stuff.
37, which is different. I was like, you need to have nice clothes. You need to have at least 2 or 3.
He doesn't have nice clothes?
Go-to nice outfits. No, he bought his last suit at H&M, and it looks like a denim suit. And I hate it.
Trying to pull that old school Timberlake vibe.
It literally is like, it's like a light blue. I'm like, it looks like jeans. Okay. But like, and it's not, he's like, we don't have any weddings to go to. I was like, and this is kind of the thing for you, Cody. You're working in this industry where if you can find a pair of nice shoes that you know you have for when you need them, then you're not running around day before or anything like
I
that.
have so many pairs of nice shoes, and I never get an opportunity to wear them. We don't go to that many weddings anymore. My friends are all getting divorced. All Glenn's
start
friends are
wearing 'em
married.
out.
Huh?
Start wearing them out. Wear a suit to dinner. This is what I tried to tell Brian. He's like, when would I ever? Because I said we need to get you like 3 suits that you can mix and match.
Oh, yeah, you
pieces
dressed
of.
up and wear a jacket or something.
That's
yeah.
what I said. And he's like,
Yeah.
where are we going to wear those? I was like, brunch. Wear whatever you want. Doesn't
Right.
matter. You can dress up and go anywhere. To the movies.
He doesn't want
Or he
to.
doesn't want to.
But I feel
I mean,
like
I wear.
you need to have nice
I always wear a
clothes.
suit when I go to the movies.
Right.
In case I spill popcorn on myself.
And you-
Then I get
exactly.
oil and butter stains all over
And then
my
you can go
clothes.
to the manager and go, oh, look at this. I'm a fancy man at a movie. And now I demand compensation.
Free cinema for life.
That's right.
No, but Cody, get yourself a pair of nice shoes, man. Not that someone else's feet have already been in.
And they don't have to be expensive.
No.
You can go to a DS Dub.
Like a well-made pair of shoes.
Yeah, it's a $50 pair of shoes.
Okay.
Get yourself some Chelsea boots.
No more of those feezies either.
You leave my feezies alone.
Fake
This has nothing to do with
Yeezys?
I'm not going to a wedding. I'm not doing anything right now, but talking to y'all. Y'all don't need to worry about my toes.
Well, you
I
said
mean,
you're
Mary's the
taking
only
your
one
shoes
who's
off.
Mary's the only one who's worried. Yeah, so he can dance around.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. But if you wear comfortable shoes, I don't know. I've never worn men's dress shoes. High heels, I know for a fact, are uncomfortable.
Yeah, but dancing in dress shoes is never a great time, no matter how comfortable the shoes are when you're walking.
I don't know.
They're not. It's always thin, and it's like it has like the little heel on it. It's not like regular shoes. They're not.
Yeah, it's not. It's more about the insoles for those shoes. So maybe what you want to do is get some Dr. Scholl's in
I was
there.
gonna say, get some
give
little
yourself a little
padding.
extra padding. Yeah, that might be the way to go. Get a nice.
I thought everyone kicked off their shoes when they danced.
Not men
I
usually.
do not. No, not men usually.
That's usually a high heel thing.
There's
I
a
was in
pile
church
of
all the
heels in the
time.
corner and then one pair of men's shoes on top.
You mean in church, all the ladies kick off their shoes? They're just running around in their pantyhose. Like I'm like, wow, this is fun.
He's skidding around the dance floor,
In his
crashing
pantyhose.
into the speakers. I'm going to break here. I will have, those Aerosmith tickets for you. So they announced their farewell tour. They're taking the Black Crowes out with them, and they'll do the Romo Fijo this fall. So if you want to get to that show, I'll hook you up coming back.
The Alan Cox Show. On our free iHeartRadio app.
Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters.
Best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give stuff away. 'Cause I love you, Alan. And it's time to give stuff away.
All right, Aerosmith going out for one last run. The Peace Out Tour is their last, and they'll come to Cleveland. Aerosmith with special guest the Black Crowes at the Romo Fijo Thursday, September 21st. You can get the info on the show at the rocketmortgagefieldhouse.com. You can get my last pair this week. Aerosmith, Black Crowes. Farewell tour for the former, if not the latter. A good luck caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
I met Alan.
Did you?
I gave him marijuana.
Oh, great.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Stretch the skin over my hand. I'm going to hold it. Stretch the
35192. Want to send a text? AlanCoxShow.com. Want to watch live there? You can do it. Tip of the cap to Connor Pamperton. Helping out today. Thank you, sir or madam. Appreciate that. Your Cleveland Guardians. How are they doing? Ooh, it looks like they might avoid the sweep. 3-1 over the White Sox in the bottom of the ninth. They come in, and White Sox won those first two in Chicago. So if the Guardians pull this off, they'll head to New York with their head held high. They're playing the Mets starting tomorrow night at 7:10. You'll hear it here on MMS. Your FM flagship station. I've had to explain that to people because they go, why can't you guys not run the game? That's not the way it works. We're the FM flagship for your Cleveland Guardians and your Cleveland Cavaliers. And couldn't be prouder. So Guardians, very near the end of this last game in the series, 3-1 currently. And they'll go into the weekend against Verlander and the Mets. I was reading about a restaurant. A black couple in Memphis are planning on suing a restaurant for the place kicking them out because they smelled like weed. Now, every place now smells like weed. I was just in the men's room having a pish in the break. And it was like a Cheech and Chong movie in there, right? Now, it doesn't bother me, but you'll hear people comment as, you know, marijuana becomes more legal in more places, that every place now smells like weed. Mm-hmm. And this couple went into this restaurant in Memphis and were kicked out. They're filing a racial discrimination suit because they say they were kicked out of the restaurant for smelling like pot. And I'm thinking, what? This is called Houston's Restaurant in Memphis. Listen, racism isn't logical, right? It's emotional. And emotional decisions usually aren't good ones. They're usually not smart ones. What business genius is kicking people with the munchies out of their restaurant? You guys smell like pot. Get out of here.
You're probably not going to order anything.
Yeah.
This wasn't a toy store. It was a restaurant. You hit the jackpot. Deshandria Bass, or Bass, probably Bass, right? Deshandria Bass and her boyfriend Dwan Brown were in town from Mississippi. They were visiting his mom and cousin. And they stopped, met up with family members at Houston's restaurant. Looks like a nice place. In Memphis, the manager, the white lady, went to the group's table, told them they had to leave because they smelled like weed. They thought that she was talking to someone else because they said they didn't smell like marijuana, so they assumed she was talking to someone else. But she came back to the table with a cop.
Snitch.
So the manager's a Karen.
Oh, yeah.
I asked you to leave and come back tomorrow because you smell like weed. I would have been like, newsflash, I'm going to smell like weed tomorrow, too. The attorney says his clients don't smoke marijuana. I guess he means them. That didn't mean all of his clients. They don't smoke marijuana. Yeah, that's right. Do you not smoke weed? Call me, and I'll get you out of weed-smelling trouble. That they don't smoke pot, and they hadn't smoked that day. They said their family outing was ruined because of this. So, but again, just if you're the owner of the restaurant or this was the manager that kicked them out. I got people here who are probably, give me one of everything on this menu. Now, these two people said that they weren't high. But you don't know that. You assume that's the reason they got kicked out. Lady assumed that they were smoking because they smelled, according to her, like weed. So going on that assumption, why would you ever kick them out of your place? It wasn't her place. She's just the manager. She didn't care. Right? She's not making any more money as the manager, whether the place is full or empty. Unless you own the place, you don't care. The number one weed-smelling place, according to Dan, is the Jack Casino. Any area, all the time. But again, that's everywhere, especially down here. Any downtown in any city. And I'm not talking like downtown Denver, where there's a dispenser every 4 feet. I mean like downtown Cleveland. Because people are walking around and a lot of people, you can get secondhand weed smoke on you. You can walk through a cloud and come out the other side, and people are like, ooh, having a good day. You're like, that ain't me. Some people are walking around, they smell like you've been smoking pencil shavings. A lot of dirt weed clouds down here. That's no good either. Alan, I was going to go to the market and lunch with the wife this Saturday. Does Mary want to lay out an outfit for me to wear too?
Of course.
Listen, if the foot pick thing doesn't continue to bear fruit, you could be a little sartorial mermaid there or something,
right? Be a personal stylist.
Yeah.
Santora's sartorials? I think so. I think so.
You might be onto something there.
I will pick you the right outfit based on your activity for the day.
Or your activity, yeah. That's what Gwen did before the pandemic. She was a Stitch Fix stylist.
Yeah. Are you going to a continental breakfast at a Holiday Inn? No bra, shorts, and an oversized T-shirt. Shoes optional.
Which continent is being represented by the breakfast?
We can dress you. Again.
We can dress you in the local garb. I guess there's no local garb for a continent.
Of Indiana or wherever you're staying.
What if you're incontinent? What if it's an incontinental breakfast?
An incontinental breakfast?
And you've got to walk downstairs and know where the bathroom is.
Everyone's just in diapers. That's what you wear. You're all just like sumo wrestlers.
I like how commercials for prescription drugs now have cut away all the artifice. They're cutting right to the chase now, right? Back in the day when the first few drugs came out for Crohn's disease, they would basically have people holding their tummy and like, ooh, I got a bubble gut, right? Now they have the commercial where every chair the woman's on is a toilet. Have you seen that one?
No.
Every chair she's on is a toilet. They're like, you always have to know where the bathroom is. If you live your life with moderate to severe Crohn's disease or whatever it is, right? So she's at dinner with friends and the chair's a toilet. She's at a ball game and the yard or the lawn chair is a commode. Oh, it's great. They're basically saying, hey, you feel like you're going to crap wherever you are? Get this prescription. Ask your doctor if the toilet pill is right for you. So this couple is planning on suing for the manager kicking them out. I thought of Poundcake, too, because I read that the very first Chick-fil-A is closing.
Whoa.
Excuse me?
That doesn't happen.
Is this the very first one or the first one to ever actually go out of business?
Yeah, they're closing, probably building a bigger one right next to like it's a Chick-fil-A castle. Like it has the slide and everything. What? Why is it closing?
Uh-huh.
He's getting mad at you like you closed it.
No, because
All right.
this story is targeted towards me, but continue.
What?
It's targeted towards him.
It's targeted towards me.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, I thought of you because our resident Chick-fil-A aficionado. But it's the first ever Chick-fil-A location. Opened in 1967 in Atlanta. Opened in a food court.
Oh, I know that chicken good. Oh, I know it's so good.
The Greenbrier Mall food court. Well, that's probably because it's a mall. And the malls are closing down. Maybe I should give Maybe I've just ordered the wrong thing at Chick-fil-A.
What have you ordered?
The dumb sandwich with a pickle. Like, that's supposed to be revolutionary. Like, it was like,
The nuggets are pretty good.
Okay.
They are pretty delicious.
All right. For as close as there is one to me now, there's a relatively new one near me. I don't ever go there.
They have one by my mom's house. I'm like, Mom, this is Satan. Like,
Satan.
I was like, they can't have this here. They can't have it. Because every time I go home to visit you, I'm going to get Chick-fil-A. I was like, it used to be a super.
Yeah, but you're not at her house. You're not visiting her every day.
He is
I know.
now that the Chick-fil-A is there.
I was going to say, now.
The best thing that ever happened in your relationship.
I'm like, Mom, you need me? No, I had work today. Well, I'm going to come home anyway, so just go to your Chick-fil-A.
There isn't one in West Park?
No, the closest one is Rocky River.
I was at that one all the time.
Is that the one by the Target?
Yeah.
There?
Yeah, that's by the
Fairview Park, technically.
Sorry. Didn't mean to get provincial on you.
Is it?
Yeah.
Ooh,
The
Fairview
left
Park,
half side.
Target, it's right there.
It is.
It's weird because
By the B-dubs?
Center Ridge Road, the left side of the road is
okay.
Fairview Park, and the
The
right
other
side
side
of
is
the road
Rocky
is
River.
Rocky River.
Yeah, because Marshall's is right there, and that's where I used to go shopping, and then I would reward myself. I'm like, okay, you've been busy today. Go get some Chick-fil-A.
Huh.
I'll get some Chick-fil-A.
So that's how you reward yourself if you've been busy.
Yes.
Because you were talking about how much you love not doing anything. I would think you'd want to go the other way if what was waiting for you at the end of a busy day was Chick-fil-A. I think you'd come up with things to do.
No.
Instead of getting up at 10 a.m. and then taking a nap at noon.
There's nothing wrong with
But
that.
that's sometimes. That's when I don't have anything to do. Like this weekend, I'm not doing that. So when I am able to do that, I don't feel bad for doing that.
Now, Chick-fil-A's were, and if you're old enough, you remember this, Chick-fil-A's were only in food courts until the mid-'80s. So they've been around for 20 years before they ever got it. You know how like all of a sudden Panda Express are everywhere?
Yeah.
Those were in the malls for 30 years, and now they can't stop building Panda Express.
That's got to be a good feeling when you're like, yeah, we made it out the malls and that was
Yeah.
on our own. That's actually
That's what those
stores
free
are doing,
samples gotcha.
where Foot Locker is abandoning malls and just going to do freestanding Foot Lockers because people aren't going to malls.
Perfect timing,
Yeah.
because they just declared bankruptcy. So
Foot Locker did?
Yeah, really good timing for Foot Locker.
Yeah, this is,
Yes.
that's crazy.
How is Shoe Carnival still a thing? Is Shoe Carnival still a thing? Or is
Because
that-
everybody loves a carnival. That's why. Doesn't matter what kind it is.
I'd be more apt to buy shoes there if they had carnival foods. You come in, you get a corn dog. There's a merry-go-round, maybe. Cotton candy stand.
I remember years ago we went to Shoe Carnival in Rio.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it was so great. So great. Yeah, Shoe Carnival is still around. Our bureau chief's in Evansville, Indiana. That's the Shoe Carnival HQ. But they're still around.
Okay.
They bought the Shoe Station chain. They're like, you know what, guys? I feel like the Shoe Carnival name needs a little zhuzhing. Maybe we should acquire a competitor. Pay less? No. DS Dub? Nope. Foot Locker? Dead in the water. What about Shoe Station? Nailed it. There's a Shoe Carnival in Medina, and there's one in Cuyahoga Falls.
I thought there was one. I used to live in Maple
No.
Heights. Okay.
There used to be one by Midway Mall, but there's nothing over there now. I think that's the Amazon facility.
Oh, boy.
I know. There used to be a bunch of stuff over there. Midway Mall. I prayed for that place because that's where
You prayed for the mall.
that was my first mall. Like that was like where we would go when we would have like a day to ourselves. We'd go to the JCPenney and the Sears, and I would always stop and get the Taco Bell. I got lost in that mall for the first time.
Aww.
And it closed down.
I never got lost in a mall. I remember my brother did. He got away from us, and it was, boy, when you're a kid, there's nothing more terrifying. I'm sure it is for a parent, too, although my dad seemed to take it in stride. But there's nothing more terrifying when you're a kid than if a sibling is lost. I just remember being terrified that we couldn't find my brother.
My aunt took me to the mall one time. I was young. This is like one of my first memories. I was probably 4. And I like stopped off at some jewelry, got distracted, and she just kept walking. Didn't know I wasn't with her. And I freaked out, and I like started crying, and like went to the lady at the department store and was like, I'm lost. I don't know where my aunt is. And they had to like page her, and she had to come get me. Now, this was before COVID. So it was probably 2019. My aunt and I went out to brunch. And she started to get teary-eyed, and she's like, I'm so sorry for the day that I left you at the mall. And like, Aunt Deb, it was 30 years ago. Like, I think it's going to be okay.
You're like, so brunch is on you then, right?
Right, yeah. Well, but she like, every time she would see me for a while, she'd apologize for it. I'm like, dude, it's literally 3 decades ago. Like, it's completely fine.
You should not have done that. You should have played into it every single time.
No!
Yes, make her feel
It's
bad.
still weighing on her conscience. You'd be like, look, what's your aunt's name?
How would you like to make it up to me?
Deb, it could have gone either way. Could have gone either way. And boy, look at us now, huh?
It's the exact opposite for me because I ran. I didn't necessarily run away, but like I told my mom, I was like, I'm hungry now. I want to go to Taco Bell. And she's like, well, I'm still shopping. I'm like, I want to go to Taco Bell right now. And she was like, well, go to Taco Bell then. And I swear, I must have taken like 10 steps out of the store. I turned around.
You were just like a demon child. He was just like herding cats all the time.
I like the way that she dealt with him, though. Just like, fine, go.
She was gone.
Just
Yeah.
Go. Bye.
So then,
if you had been abducted, your mom would have been like kind of bummed out.
They'd have brought him back.
So then I had to go to like...
after 15 minutes, it would have dropped him back off.
I think the name of the store was like JP Toys or something like that. I went to the toy store.
JB Toys.
JB Toys. Okay, whatever.
KB Toys?
KB Toys, that's it.
I don't remember. It was so long ago, but it was a big old toy store. So I went there first, and I was like, I'm sorry, sir. I can't find my mommy. And then like I started crying, and they put me on like, they took me to like this jewelry counter and just sat me behind the thing until like someone could find my mom.
Yeah.
And my mom came in looking at it like, you gonna learn your lesson, bitch. Like, I was like, can we get Taco Bell now?
Hell no, you're not getting Taco Bell.
I went and got my Taco Bell though. So my plan worked perfectly. Get lost in the mall, make my mom feel sorry for me, and then you get Taco Bell afterwards.
That was a long con, wasn't it? I mean, for like a little kid, he had that figured out.
Don't take me to the mall if you don't want me to act up.
It's her fault.
You know how I get in public. You should know better.
Do you know what a demon child I am?
It's her fault.
Yep. Mom, you know from the moment I sprang from your loins, I was just going to be nonstop trouble.
You know how selfish I am.
You know I was going to make your life hell. How dare you take me out, try to show me a good time?
You know better.
On a Saturday afternoon.
Feed me first, make me tired, and then I'll go sit in the car while you shop. That's easy.
Put me in a food coma. Yeah.
So we always had older brother. I had 2 older brothers, and then I was the older brother. So like to my sister and younger brother. So we were always just kind of tasked with watching each other.
Yeah.
So no one ever really got lost, but we definitely would just go. Like we'd get to the mall. My mom was like, I'm going to do this. You guys just go, which we loved because then we could go to Spencer's Gifts and look at the posters
or
in the
back.
back.
The naked pictures. Yeah.
Yeah.
Poundcake was born too early for his mom to have really benefited from the whole wave of accidentally leaving your kid in a hot car.
Yeah.
Alan, my mom used to lose us on purpose so she could page us over the loudspeaker.
Was that a fun
well,
thing?
Well, you purposely lose a kid? You go, Timmy Johnson, your mother's looking for you. You were 17 and you did that I can't find my mommy thing, by the way?
I wasn't 17.
Oh, okay.
Who said I was 17?
I don't know. Somebody thought
Why
you
would
said
I be,
that.
First of all, I didn't.
Because sometimes you'll do that voice. You'll be like, nyeh, nyeh, nyeh. I can't tell how old you are.
No, I wasn't 17. By the time I was 17, I could drive myself to the mall.
Sure.
And I wasn't fooling with no Midway Mall either. I would go to like Strongsville Mall or Great Northern Mall.
You had your mall glow up at 17.
I stepped my weight up. because I had friends from out of town. I was like, ooh, I'm gonna go to my out of town friend's house.
It's like I'm not getting all whatever at the Midway Mall anymore.
Yeah, because no one sees me. It's such a sad mall.
Not slumming out there.
But yeah, I sat there and my mom just looked at me all sideways. I was like, what? Told you I wanted Taco Bell. Why you leave me like that? Why you leave me like that?
Yeah. Let me take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192, you can leave messages for us on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
The tires purchased from Conrad's include everything you need to get the maximum life out of your new tires. Bundle and save to get up to $250 off on 4 select Goodyear tires.
Blue Falls and Conrad's, keeping your car clean and safe on the road.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Out in the West Texas town of El Paso, I fell in love with a Mexican girl. Nighttime would find me in Rose's Cantina.
We have Bureau Chiefs in El Paso. If you listen on iHeartRadio, we've got D-Rock and Jamie and Matthew.
Blacker than night were the eyes of Fenella, wicked and evil while casting a spell.
35192, and I sent a text in here, by the way. You can watch live at AlanCoxShow.com. Thanks to Connor Pamperton for helping out. A lot of Bureau Chiefs in the great state of Montana as well. Marshall's in Butte. Ashley's in Polson, Montana. John's in Sealy Lake. Joe is in Virginia City, Montana. The state of Montana has just banned TikTok.
Oh, man.
And there are a lot of states where they banned it for government employees. They're like, look, this is mostly Chinese malware. Last thing we want is you people dicking around on government-issued phones. I don't know how you enforce this. Greg Gianforte is the governor of Montana. He's a real piece of work. This is the dude that, like, body slammed a reporter a few years ago when he was on the campaign trail. Remember that guy?
Mm-hmm. Cool guy.
He's a real douche. But he's wants to protect Montanans' private data from the Chinese Communist Party. So, again, I guess if you're a creator in Montana and you're on TikTok,
it's over now. Gotta
move
on
so.
over to Instagram.
I mean, between things like this and just the algorithms native to the platforms changing all the time, I don't know how anybody makes money anymore. You know, people at large might be kind of dismissive of people who make their living on social media. They might think it's frivolous or whatever, but it's a lot of work.
It is a
hustle. And you have to, it's a hustle. You got to game the system. And just one day they can go, we're not going to do this anymore. Or
the companies themselves will be like, yeah, we're not paying you anymore.
Right.
Yeah, like we're like, we used to pay
this much, now it's this much.
Now we're not doing that.
Yeah. So, again, it's very thinly veiled that TikTok pretty much just sends the data to the Chinese government, even though they kind of deny that. So you can understand why state governments might not want that information on there. But, again, I don't know how you enforce that in a state.
Well, isn't like you can't access the IP address or whatever.
Something like that.
Because isn't porn banned in Utah?
Utah.
Well,
you need
not
VPN
banned, you have to,
and
you gotta
get around it.
Prove your ID.
Yeah, you gotta
like
put
you have to put
prove your
some
age
sort
in
of,
there.
something like that.
But these things are all very easy to get around. And I would think, frankly, for these people crowing about freedom, that this infringes on you doing what you want to do on your own phone. And it's not like these companies are going to push back. It's not like Apple's going to push back on what a state does with their laws. And I imagine this will be immediately challenged in court, too. This isn't something you can just go, all right, this is more performative than anything else. Is red state governors like, I don't want the Chinese. First they gave us COVID, and now they're getting us with TikTok. Whatever it is. But if you are, let's say you're one of our bureau chiefs in Montana, and you're a content creator, life might get tougher for you. Hey, how are you going to celebrate Mailbox Improvement Week? Have you thought about this? I've really been giving this a lot of thought, and I thought I'd pick your guys' brains about it. How are you planning? I know we've all been making plans for quite some time. How are you planning to celebrate Mailbox Improvement Week next week?
Well, I don't really have a mailbox like that. My mailbox is in a mail room.
What?
At my condo in the building. So it's not like you can't really do anything. They're just like metal boxes.
You're not going to gussy it up?
You can't really do that.
But dazzle it. Put some gems on it or something.
And when I have a little
hot
green
glue
sticker
gun.
on it, I know I got a package. But I want to gussy it up because the guy's got to be able to get into it easily.
I mean, we work rather, on the ground floor of a residential building, so all the mailboxes out here for the residents, I brought in green paint and a roller. I'm going to go over all of them.
That's how mailboxes. I think that's a federal offense.
That's how I'm improving the mailboxes here at work. I thought we were really all drilling down in this. There's a mailbox at Casa Santora, I assume.
There is, but ours is one of those that like is just a slit that goes into the house.
Yeah. Oh, you have a mail slot in the door?
Yeah. Well, not in the door, in the house.
You have a slot in the house?
Yes.
In the body of the house?
Yes.
Like where they used to put milk?
No, it's where mail goes.
Just like a mail slot.
It's just a mail slot in the house.
That's it. It's a mail slot, and then it goes into like an angled part of the house. It's in the wall. And then we open it on the inside, and there's the little compartment. And
Like a laundry chute for the mail.
Kind of, yeah. So ours can't really be gussy. I guess there's like an outside portion, but we couldn't be like hanging stuff.
I'm 0 for 2.
Yeah.
Poundcake, what is your mailbox situation?
There's one at the front of the house, and one says up and one says down. Because I live in duplex.
Oh, you're in an up and down.
Mm-hmm. And it always.
Is there any way to improve your mailbox?
Yes, there is, because even though it says up and down.
Finally.
Even though it says up and down, they still put my neighbor's stuff in my mailbox. I'm like, bruh, it says up and down.
I went to get the mail on Saturday, and there was a set of keys in our mailbox. And I go, okay, well, if the carrier, it's probably unlikely that the carrier had his keys in his hand and just happened to drop them in with the mail. You'd hear that. So I was like, how did these get in my mailbox? So I don't know if somebody was like walking by and somebody dropped keys on the ground and they were like, I'll just put them in this mailbox. Maybe they thought they were mine because they were on the side. I have no idea. I drove them over to the cop shop.
Good for you.
Well, because I didn't know what to do.
Citizen.
I didn't know what to do because at that point, the post office was already closed. This is like 3 p.m. So I'm like, well, what do? I don't know what the protocol is if you find keys.
Yeah, probably just.
Drove them over to the police station.
Or go around neighbor to neighbor testing keys on their doors.
There you go.
See
That's
which
a good
one
way
it
to do
opens. Right?
No, it was like a car fob.
Well, if it's got that, then you just go around and just start clicking the button.
Start hitting the horn.
And it had, God, I wish I did. It didn't even occur to me to do that.
It didn't occur to you, just hit panic until one of the cars went off and then you found out whose car it is?
I'm so not, well, first of all, it sounds like work. I'm so not.
Oh, but you don't like to be, you like being busy. This is a great way to be busy.
I was already busy. It's not like I was sitting around my thumb up my ass and I stumbled onto some keys. I'm in the middle of stuff.
No one said anything about your thumb or your ass.
I'm such not a rule breaker. That would have been a great idea to walk around and hit the button until somebody's car went off.
It's no more work than getting in your car and driving to the police station.
Except if it was somebody's car keys, they would have had their car keys. Like,
well, unless it came out of their, they're on a walk and it came out of their shorts.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're on a walk and
it had the Heinen's card. It had the giant. It had a whole bunch of what do they call them?
Loyalty cards.
Loyalty cards had Heinen's and Speedway. They all look brand new. Like my Heinen's and Giant Eagle, like little keyring things, are just shredded. I can't believe the barcode even reads anymore when I go grocery shopping. These look like pristine. So yeah, took it over. And the girl sitting there, by the way, it's dead quiet at the police station. It's a Saturday afternoon. Lights are barely on. At first, I didn't think anybody was back there, but I'm like, well, somebody's got to be here all the time. There's a girl behind the window. She goes, I can help you over here. Young girl. I don't know if she's a trainee or what. But like she's all tatted up. And she had a dispatch polo on. I was like, man, you're seeing that a lot. Where like law enforcement, military, they need warm bodies. So they don't have the luxury anymore of having real stringent rules. Used to be like, you have a tattoo? You can't work for us. Now they don't give a rat's ass. They're like, yeah, get up in here. Want to do this? So I gave her the keys.
What'd she do with them?
Well, she asked for my ID and I had to sign something. I go, well, you don't need all this.
Well,
Here's
she needs
some
to know you
keys.
didn't steal them.
If I stole them, why would I be turning them into the police station?
The perfect crime. Yeah,
Well, because if you stole the keys
I
and then
stole
took
this,
everything out of the car
Mm-hmm.
and then turned the keys in, you don't want the car, but you got their purse or their money or whatever.
How did I get to the police station?
You have your own car. You're not going to drive a stolen car to the police station. You're not that dumb, are you?
Wait a second. I stole everything out of a car and then took the keys to the police
Yes,
station?
perfect crime, because they're never going to think that you stole the stuff out of the car if you're the one who turned in the keys.
Boy, you've really
Hey, I
thought
found
this
these
through.
keys. I mean, I found out about it 8 seconds ago when you told us about it. I just have the mind of a criminal, I guess.
I guess
Can
you
we
do.
think of more
you
perfect
do have the
crimes?
mind of a criminal.
I love thinking of perfect crime.
That's a perfect crime.
It's a perfect crime.
But that's probably why they needed your ID.
Mm-hmm.
In case stuff went missing, they're like, well, call this guy. He's the one who somehow randomly had the keys. Likely story. They were put
Right, but
in
they
your mailbox.
no, but they
Okay.
can't disprove that they were in my mailbox. They can't disprove my story.
They also can't disprove that you stole all the crap.
Fingerprints.
No, but
though.
He wore gloves.
that's coincidental.
It's not coincidental.
Yes, it
It's
is.
just as coincidental as the keys ending up in your mailbox.
But they
according to
can't
them.
prove anything.
Exactly. That's why they're
Th-
opening
that's
an
why it's perfect
investigation.
crime.
You do think like a criminal.
Yeah. I'm very, very street savvy.
Street savvy. Wow, all this from Mailbox Improvement Week.
You're welcome.
Look at you.
I love when people have like their mailbox on their front yard and it's like in the shape of a dog or a cat. Or
A novelty mailbox.
Yeah, I would never do it because I feel like it's tacky. But when other people do it, I'm like, okay, if that's their taste, that's cool. Or they might just have like the number of the house just sloppily painted on. It's like 5, 6, and then they run out of.
They wrote it with a Sharpie.
Or they run out of room, so it's just like the last number.
Well, yeah, because a lot of neighborhoods, if you're unfortunate enough to have a mailbox on a post, you got neighborhood dicks hitting it with a baseball bat when they're driving by or all that crap. You just put a mailbox on your house, or like Mary and Brian did, cut a giant hole in your house.
Yeah, we did that. It was a bonding project that we did together, actually.
Cut a giant hole in your house, and then you can just slip the mail right through there. If the dog needs to get in and out, he can squeeze himself through.
It's not
Probably
at
a
the
small
ground.
dog. It's
Dogs can manipulate their body in a variety of ways.
When I get home tonight, I'm going to show you my mailbox because you seem to be perplexed.
Lady.
It is not a
Mary,
doggy
let's keep
door.
this
No, I
professional.
understand. You said that you have a mail slot in the house. I understand.
Yes.
I
But it's
just
not
don't.
at
Flash
ground
her
level.
slot all over the place.
Listen, you got to make money how you got to make money, man. We can't all be out here stealing items from cars and turning in the keys.
Is the slot at like hip level? It's not at eye level.
No, it's maybe 2.5 feet off the ground. Not everyone's hips are at the same level, Alan.
So you could conceivably get down there, hit the flap, and look into your house.
No, it's
Because
at
it goes
an
into a
angle.
box.
It's an angle.
And then from the other side of the box, you open it up.
Yes. Like, I don't open the part that's in the house and it's just a gateway to outside. It's not like a small window.
That's what I asked. Some people who have the mail slot in the door, you could look into their house.
Yeah, but no, we have like this small part outside that you can put packages in. It's not really a mailbox. And then there's the slot that goes at an angle into the house.
Neat. I think it's neat.
It is. It seems pretty neat. I want one.
Alan, what if someone was trying to gift you their car?
Oh, you blew it.
I really did.
All the more
blow
reason
it.
to walk
Could've
around with the
gotten a
panic
car.
button. You are the worst. God gives you these gifts, and you spit in his face by going to the cops.
Makes
Get
you think
outta
God
here.
is a he.
In my case, I'm projecting, I guess.
Alan, I worked at Heinen's for 5 years. I can't tell you how many lost sets of keys are brought to us. Take them to Heinen's, not the cops. We would look up the customer profile and call them. That's a great idea.
Oh, that is a good idea.
Yeah.
I'm just not smart. And I didn't want to mess with it. I was like, okay, I'll just hand these off as quickly as possible.
You can look. Wait, what does Heinz do?
Well,
Because
they'd
they have
scan
the
the
ca-
thing
yeah,
and
if
they'd
they
have
have
your
the loyalty
information.
card, yeah.
And then they call you and go, hey, we have your keys.
Oh, okay.
We have your keys. come and get them. And while you're here, buy some things because we found your keys and this is transactional.
You're probably pretty thirsty.
Mm-hmm. You probably need some ribs or something. You need some you need some meat.
You need some ribs. You're very stressed out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
See,
relax.
Ribs calm
Ribs are
you
good
down.
for, yeah, they do. Yeah.
Nothing calms you down like some ribs. You get the itis.
That's why when I give away these tickets for the Berea Rib Cook-Off very shortly, that's a calming weekend.
Dude.
Right? Memorial Day weekend can be very stressful, especially if you have a family, and it's very exciting and you get blood pressure up. Ribs calm you down.
Ribs calm you down.
Why do you think life is so slow in the South? Ribs.
A lot of ribs.
A lot of ribs.
Just imagine a world like where when people are sick, they don't have like chicken noodle soup or tomato soup or anything like that.
I have
Like,
ribs.
I just had some ribs.
Mama, can you make me some ribs? I don't feel good.
Just a half rack.
Half rack.
I got a little slight fever.
I got you some warm ginger ale and ribs.
That sounds so weird, dude.
That's I mean,
Just, need
is
just
it
some baby
technically-
back ribs. Nothing too crazy.
Is it technically comfort food?
I think so.
Ribs are comfort food?
I would say they're comfort food.
No one just has
I
ribs
do not
for a
like ribs.
snack. Like you don't snack on ribs. That's a
Some
meal.
people do.
Oh.
If you love ribs, people don't. They're too messy for me, but I mean, I like them.
Can you make me some ribs? Oh, I got a headache.
I make ribs in the slow cooker, and then they kind of just fall apart. So it's more like making a pulled pork at that point, and quite good. Love a good set of ribs to calm my nerves.
Calm my nerves.
Poundcake's got his tall cup of
juice and ribs.
Yeah.
Nobody is calmer than Poundcake when he's eating ribs and drinking juice.
Juice is so
He's like a
damn
puddle.
good.
He's so laid back.
Yeah.
Oh my
What?
God, I love juice.
What kind of juice?
Orange juice.
High pulp?
Any juice?
No, not just any juice. Orange.
He likes
juice.
high pulp. He likes to chew his juice.
I like high pulp orange juice.
I like Tampico.
Huh?
Yeah.
Tampico?
Yum. Tampico.
Yeah, Tampico.
I've
So
never heard
good.
of that.
Tampico?
Tampico.
Tampico.
I always call it Tampico.
Tampico is the town. Tampico is the drink.
Okay.
Chicago drink, baby.
Ooh.
Yummy.
Dude, Brian's daughter is 7, and she's been on a cranberry juice kick lately.
Oh, yeah?
That's why she has no UTIs.
But we're like, where did this? Because she asked for it maybe a month ago, and we're like, you don't like cranberry juice. Like, there's no way that you. And she's like, no, I'm telling you, I have it in my mom's house all the time, which is a fun little thing that you can't disprove. Where she's like, she might be, I don't know, she might be
having
drinking
some
a bunch
cranberry
of
juice, yeah.
But so she's been like asking for it when we go out to dinner and stuff. I think it's just such a strange drink for a child to want.
So that cran.
She's like, I've got a 1975 Ocean Spray.
Right.
She sniffs the glass. This'll do.
This
cran
is a good
grape.
vintage.
They used to have that in the vending machines in high school, and damn,
Ocean Spray.
Cran grape is
Cran
legit.
grape is good,
Cran
yeah.
grape
I
is-
like cranberry juice, but I can have like a few sips because it's so tart.
It's very
Well,
dry.
that's the
And,
thing.
like, it just,
She drinks, we get her those little like 4
Yeah.
packs, and she'll drink like half of one
Yeah.
with breakfast.
that's
what
her.
I went through.
Rex.
That's our go-to.
Yes.
I went through a grapefruit juice phase.
I like some grapefruit
Grapefruit is
juice.
too bitter.
I
Yeah,
like
it's
it.
very tart, but I liked it.
I like it in a Greyhound, but I'm not going to drink it by itself.
You're drinking grapefruit juice on the bus?
You know what?
Anybody?
Northfield. I'm going to be in Northfield tomorrow.
June 1st
Yeah, I was trying to
at
find
Foundry
it.
Social.
Go to BillSquire.com, get tickets to see me at Spinato's in Northfield tomorrow. I just
All I'm
want
saying is,
Do they make salads with square pepperoni there?
I mean, you can
And
request
half a
it.
head of lettuce?
You can request it,
Ugh.
and definitely the half a head of lettuce. It's one of them kinds of Italian places, but
I'm going to take a break. I'm going to come back and calm everybody's ass down with Berea Rib Cook-Off tickets.
hell yeah.
Memorial Day weekend out at the Cuyahoga County Fairgrounds. If you want to text for anything else, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com is where your pictures will come up, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio.
podcasts.
All right, life's stressing you out. You want to calm down with some ribs? Berea's National Rib Cook-Off and Beer Fest is Memorial Day weekend. Cuyahoga County Fairgrounds. 12 rib teams competing for best ribs and best sauce awards. The music's free, kids 12 and under free, the parking free all weekend long. BereaRib.com for all the details. Got your Berea Rib Fun Pack here. Kick off the summer Memorial Day weekend with the Berea Rib Cook-Off. Caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's not every day you hear him complain about something. Wait, yes it is. Alan Cox. On 100.7 WMMS.
This was off the first Chris Cornell solo album 20 plus years ago. It was called Euphoria Morning was the album. It's real good. It's quite the departure from his work with Soundgarden. Chris Cornell dead 6 years ago today. Great song. 35192, by the way, if you want to send a text. Thanks to Connor Pamperton, again, of the Stark County Pampertons, I believe, at AlanCoxShow.com. Next week on the show, I will have Cedar Point passes for you. Summer is already underway out there in Sandusky. They have the all-new Boardwalk. They have some new rides. They've got the Grand Pavilion, which is a brand new dining venue. Let's do a show trip to Cedar Point. I haven't been to Cedar Point in years.
Love Cedar Point.
I can't remember the last time I was out there.
Fun fact, my sister got married at Cedar Point.
That's not
I didn't know she was getting married.
She's the one that was working out there?
Yes, she met her husband there. And
he's not Dutch.
No, he is not.
I thought everybody was from another country out there.
Not all of them. Some of them were from Ohio.
All right.
She met her husband. She met her husband out there. They worked together on the Maverick was their first ride, and their son's name is Maverick now.
That's a pretty cool name.
Little on the nose. A good thing they didn't work on the Mantis.
Yeah, right. And the Millennium Force.
I've been spoiled since. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, please.
This is our son, Iron Dragon.
Mean streak.
You've been spoiled what?
I just said it's hard to go out there now that I've been like spoiled from the station because we've gone to like those skip the line and walk through the exit
Not
passes.
for a while, though. It's been a minute. That was all pre-COVID.
I know, but I haven't gone since then, I don't think.
I don't think I have either.
Yeah, those jump the
I
lines.
think the last time I went is when I was sitting in the parking lot. My son was inside. I was in the car reading a book.
Couldn't even ride
Captain
some rides by
Fun.
yourself.
Well, Captain Fun, Mary, can't be on all the time.
It's literally an amusement park. Fun is in the
Well,
name.
amusement is a milder version of fun.
Yeah.
And that day I wasn't feeling it. It's too hot. So, yeah, next week, Cedar Point passes. You want to join us for the next Alan Cox Show night on the Cleveland Funny Bus. I'll be your host next Wednesday. Those tickets sell very, very quickly. So funnybus.net to buy them, but I'll have a couple of pair to give to you Monday and Tuesday. Paramore is doing the Romo Fijo in a couple of weeks, June 4th. And if you want to go see Ice Nine Kills, if metal is more your flavor, Ice Nine Kills, August Burns Red, and Veil of Maya are all going to be doing the Agora on August 9th. This Saturday night, it is 2 full hours of metal. Our new metal show is called 2 Hours to Midnight. It's me, along with Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. We're going to be playing all kinds of stuff for you. 2 full hours. We're playing Cathedral, Crowbot, local music from Frail and Brothers at Arms. Some of your requests. There's some Amon Amarth and Metal Church. in there. 10 o'clock until midnight every Saturday. Baseball games allowing. So this Saturday night, 2 hours to midnight here. A couple of people listening on the iHeartRadio app who are hauling some stuff back to Ohio and currently crossing the mighty Mississippi. Coming from Kansas City. All right. Thank you. Wherever you listen, if you do it from out of state, tell me where. Michael listens in Sunapee, New Hampshire. Melissa's a bureau chief in Seattle. Tom is in D.C. Johnny is in San Juan, Puerto Rico, listening there. Well, the dunks keep on coming for Lauren Boebert.
Oh, I thought we were talking shoes.
Got my new dunks on today.
Your new dunks, what?
Dunks are a type of shoe, and I'm wearing my new dunks that I got in New York City today.
Oh.
They're very, very cute.
What is a dunk shoe? A Nike?
Yeah. I mean, you can't see it.
Well,
you want me to put my foot in the air?
No, I'll come around. You bought those in New York?
Yeah.
What'd those run you?
Too much.
How much?
Too much.
How much?
Too much. You don't need to know about my finances, Alan. You release your tax returns, and I'll tell you how much my shoes cost. Millionaire.
I don't see the connection between the two.
If you get to ask me about money, I get to ask you about money. That's the connection.
So you're embarrassed.
No, I'm not embarrassed.
How much do they cost?
Doesn't matter. How much do you make?
A lot.
All right, exactly.
But how much did those shoes cost you?
What does it matter?
I'm curious.
What does it matter? I'm curious what your annual salary is.
I don't understand the connection between the two. You mentioned that you have brand new Nike Dunks that you bought in New York.
Yes.
I said, hey, how much do those run you? And then you got all coy.
Yeah.
Why?
Because I'm tired of talking about money on air. Because people come at me like...
You don't want your boyfriend to know.
No, Brian could care less what I do with my money.
Oh, that's not true.
It's very true. We've literally had conversations about it.
It's not that he couldn't care less.
It's my money.
Right.
So
But
he's
you're
like-
also his retirement plan, so he has to care.
If he had
So
it
I'm
his way,
looking-
no one would ever spend any money ever.
I'm looking right here, and the shoes that you have on, this says are $125.
No.
Which
She bought
these
them
days
resale.
this is nothing. $125 is nothing for a pair of sneakers.
Yeah. They
You-
go based on color, size, availability. Not every pair of Nike Dunk shoes.
Oh,
costs
tell me
the
more
same
how
amount.
retail works.
Well,
No, these
How
aren't-
much did you spend on those shoes?
Well, there's retail, but then there's resale. So
Did she
shoes
buy
like that,
resale or
she-
retail?
She bought them resale at a store that
Yeah.
specializes in resale. I try to buy my shoes retail because you save a lot of money that way.
but I haven't been able to find
Right. 'Cause
this
you,
color
right.
shoe yet.
Oh, so you paid I'm desperate to get these prices.
I have been looking for this color green in
Yeah.
shoes for a couple years.
Was that a forest green, Kelly green? It's not a Kelly green.
It's like a forest green, hunter green.
Okay. You know how I'm going to punish you for not telling me?
How?
Hi, Gaylord.
Hey, Mr. Cox and all my friends, how are you all doing?
Don't ignore Mary.
Well, Mary, I love you, little girl. I think you're a little cutie, and your boyfriend and hopefully soon to be hubby
Wow.
is very, very lucky man.
Aw, thank
That
I'm an
escalated
old
quickly.
fart. I'm an old fart, but I'll
know.
tell you something. I love all of you, and I feel that you're my friends and my family, and I just enjoy. I enjoy everything you do, and I don't want to keep you guys talking to me, but you all have a
keep
wonderful day. Thank you for being on the air, and I love MMS.
Thank you, Gaylord.
Thanks, Gaylord.
Thank you.
We love you, your family, and you calm our farts and stuff.
Bill, you sound so dismissive.
What? No, I'm just imagine his energy.
He was coming at me. He was talking to me for like 2 minutes saying that he swears that some of his family members are related to me. I'm like, because he heard that I have family members in Wellington. And I was like, okay, well, what are their names? He's like, well, I can't remember. I'm like, well, then you came in asking
for you.
Was I related, but you don't know the name of the family members. I'm not related to him, I don't think.
You don't know that.
I don't think I am.
Just because he can't think of the names, I mean, you're biracial.
I am
a lot
biracial.
of white relatives.
I am biracial, and I have a cousin that lives in Wellington, and she's married to another Wellingtonian, and I've met his family and his extended family at the wedding, and I don't think there's a Gaylord in the bunch. So,
you know, for everybody texting me that those dunks are $150, if they were $150, she probably would have told me that.
And we
The
just
fact
explained.
that she's demurring on that means that she's embarrassed at how much
It's
she
not
spent
about
on them.
being embarrassed. It's a matter
about
that
privacy.
It's a matter of privacy. The one thing that I have learned is that whenever I discuss money on this show is when my Instagram DMs blow
I
up.
see.
You hillbilly bitch, you don't understand anything.
Why are you letting strangers ruin your day?
They're not ruining my day. I just would rather not have that happen. So that's
so turn
why
your comments off.
It's not my comments, it's my DMs. I would have to shut off my DMs to everybody.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that because then people sometimes have valid questions about shows or website or merch or CDs, you know?
Well, you got to take the rough with the smooth.
I am
Well,
I
and
am
that's
doing
why
that
she's
by
trying to
not
avoid
talking about money on air.
So more than $150.
Yes, more than $150.
Gotcha. More than $300.
Maybe.
Yes, that's a yes. Okay, so you paid twice what they would retail for.
No, because they're not the same shoe that you're looking at.
I'm not looking at any shoe.
But when you just Google Nike Dunk, it's not not every single shoe is made exactly the same every year.
Well, I understand. I'm just going by what people are telling me, which is $150.
Sure. Whatever.
Anyway, the Dunks continue on Lauren Boebert for getting this divorce. And divorce is not easy, obviously. But people are pointing out that she used to tell women who are in rocky marriages that they just started to they needed to chase Jesus. That was all they needed, was more Jesus to solve their marital issues. And of course, she's getting divorced. And this is how quickly these things can turn. 1 minute, you're telling women in bad marriages to just devote themselves to Jesus. Doesn't matter if your human husband is terrible, just pivot over to this guy who was never married and lives in the sky. And, she and her husband are splitting up. What are you going to do? And this is the problem with living in a red state. If you're one of these women, like Lauren Boebert or Marjorie Taylor Greene, who are always like, feminism sucks. Feminism isn't even a thing. But I'll tell you what, when they have a shot to get out, boy, do they use it. Divorce, abortion, whatever. That's when they flip the script. That's why all those right-wing guys are getting more and more pissed when their wives walk out. They're like, you're not supposed to be able to do anything. I'm working really hard. I'm working overtime to strip you of any independence you might possibly have. Like that Steven Crowder guy. Was that him that was on video telling his wife, his pregnant wife, that she wasn't doing her wifely duties?
Not doing her wifely duties, taking Uber. He's a millionaire, but only has one card just to make sure he can control her.
Nothing gets these red state dudes madder than women who take matters into their own hands. And that's all Lauren Boebert's doing. But when you have a history of other women in bad marriages coming to you and you go, you need more Jesus. And then things get rough for you. You go, well, I'm getting out. I'm doing what everybody else does. Listen, if it's bad, you should get out. There's a married couple who are co-owners in a restaurant. This is a very, very popular restaurant in L.A. And the owners are married, and they're going through a very acrimonious divorce. The woman is accusing her estranged husband of killing her cats. The woman and her husband are they're in the middle of their divorce filing. They had a restaurant called Horses. Boy, I'll tell you what, unless it's a vegan joint, maybe don't call your restaurant Horses because might raise an eyebrow when somebody has questions about the menu. They go, hey, what is this? Is this exotic meats? No.
Nay.
Nay?
Nay?
Nay. She says that her husband and business partner shook their new kitten to death. She said, we had cats that mysteriously ended up dying. The shelter that I took her to said that she had been seriously abused, but my husband denied it. And then she said, then we got a new kitten, and that one also mysteriously was getting hurt. She said their husband would always joke about feeding the kitten to coyotes.
People that hurt animals, man. I just don't. Just people
he joked.
that hurt anybody.
You can joke.
You can joke, but
That's
if you're
what he
actually
did.
hurting.
That's what he did.
But it sounds like he was actually hurting, too. So.
Well, that's what she says he did, yeah. She said she caught him shaking the cat late at night. Maybe he just wanted to hear what was inside it. It's good enough for Christmas morning, but not for a cat?
Was he shaking the cat, or is that another euphemism for cheating?
Yeah.
Late at night, he was shaking the kitty.
I caught him shocking the monkey in the shower by himself. She said she caught him violently shaking the cat, and the cat died the next day. And then he put the cat in the trash. That's what she says. It's her word against his. These are business partners, so obviously there's financial incentive there, financial concerns. He has filed a restraining order against her. He wants custody of their dogs, saying that she's making it all up. Divorce is no fun, boy. And if the two people can't figure out a way to do it, civilly, this happens all the time. People start making up stories. Not saying she is, but this happens. It's not unprecedented. People make up stories all the time. They think of the worst thing they possibly can, and then they level that accusation against the other person. He killed my cat. Well, she burned down my car. He claimed that he was the victim, that she threatened to kill him repeatedly, would burn him with a metal spatula and a spoon that she put into a fryer. Well, I'll tell you what, these restaurant owners, they have all these metal utensils at their disposal, right? Imagine you're over a gas stove and you're heating up a whisk. Holy cow. And this can't be good for the restaurant. You're in LA, you're like, where should we go? Let's go to Horses.
Where they burn each
other. You mean the guy that killed the cat? That place? And then ironically, she said the week after killed the cat, a new taco recipe on the menu. Nobody asked any questions. Maybe they should have. Consulted a horse. Listen, don't kink shame. Some people are into the hot spatula. It's not for everybody. Bobert, banana. Yeah, okay. I see what you're doing. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. 101.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Is that what you want to do? Think about it, Alan. Once divorced and a broken man.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Open Gangnam Style. Gangnam Style.
How long ago was Psy? Remember Psy?
About 10 years now.
Gangnam Style.
More than
It was
that,
like
I
the
thought.
first video to hit 1 billion views, I think, on YouTube. And he was one and done here in the States, but he's, with the popularity of Korean pop music, he's from South Korea. Still a big, big deal overseas. If you have spent the last decade weeping over not having any new Psy, I think he did have a follow-up to this. It wasn't, you're never going to top when you have a massive, massive thing like that.
It was Lady Gentleman or whatever.
Lady Gentleman.
It was like...
it sounds very South Korean.
What was it?
Lady Gentleman.
Open Gangnam Style.
Anyway, the guy's like 75 or something. I don't know. But listen, you're one of those people who are like, hey, what happened to Psy? I need more Psy. He's got a documentary and a concert film that are going to be streaming on Disney Plus. Sexy Ladies.
It was just called Gentleman.
Gentleman?
It was the follow-up one. We played it.
Did we?
Yeah.
Psy Gentleman. Let me see if we have it in here. Psy Gentleman. I don't see it. Just Gangnam Style. Anyway, he's got some stuff going on over there at Disney Plus. Maybe he's preparing for a big old Psy comeback. I don't know. Let me find Gentleman for you, because I don't remember that one at all. Are there any Korean F-bombs in this?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. I don't remember that at all. I remember ours, but I don't remember that.
There's...
Got a major problem. We had consensual sex, missionary position with a broken condom. Now I'd be lying if I said I didn't kinda notice, but by then it was much too late. It's not all my fault. Maybe you've got a sharp vagina. Let's get in the car before our population booms like China. Where's my GPS? Gotta find a 24-hour pharmacy to get Plan B. Gotta get Plan B. I thought you said you were taking birth control. No. Birth control. No. I'm not ready to have a kid right now. I'd be a bad dad. And you drink too much to host a healthy child. Broken condom style.
Now, of course, in 2023, when, they're trying to put pregnant women in the electric chair these days, this song has, it's a little more intense than it probably should be. Yeah. So maybe you've been missing the joy that Psy brought to our lives. And fun fact, Psy, short for Simon.
P-S-I-M-O-N?
P-S-Y.
Oh, P-S-Y. Okay.
M-O-N. Yes, that's right. And his last name? Seistein. He changed it for showbiz. But again, it's not the 50s. I think he'd be fine if he kept his birth name. Simon Seistein is what they call him overseas. Congratulations to the great state of Ohio, where a woman in Cincinnati is being charged with pooping on a church altar. Now, listen, I went to Catholic school, K through 12, for those of you who are keeping score at home.
Supposed to do that out in the congregation. That's why they're called pews.
Is there any way that somebody could perhaps see you perform live?
June 1st at the Foundry Social. Thanks for asking,
Not
Alan.
you.
Not you, the stealer of
Bill
valor.
Squire from Lakewood.
Yes.
Bill from Lakewood.
I will be at Spinato's in Northfield tomorrow. You can get tickets by going to billsquire.com. And you should, because I got a new set that's very, very good. I'm very excited to continue to work on it.
We'll be the judge of that.
And it's good. And it's going to be recorded as special probably late this year, early next year.
They should really call it Spinato's Grotto, shouldn't they?
Spinatos.
Spinato. Go see Bill Squire.
Yep.
BillSquire.com.
Get those tickets.
So by the end of 2023, there'll be a new Bill Squire special, is what you're saying?
Early 2023, I think.
This is early 2023.
Early 2024, I think there'll be a new special.
Okay.
The material's all coming together. I want to make sure it's real smooth, film it. There's a lot that still has to happen, but I'm starting to put it together, and I'm really liking the way all the stuff is tying together in the special.
Is it way too premature to be thinking of a name for the new album?
No, actually, I have a name, I think, that ties into some of the material. So, but I'm not going to reveal it yet.
Is the name Spinato?
God damn it, man.
You had to ruin it, didn't you, Alan?
I'm trying to keep it
on the DL.
On the DL,
Trying to keep it chill.
Yeah. But now everybody knows it's
Spinato. Come on, tell us what it is. Give it up.
That doesn't make sense right now.
Doesn't have to. Because people won't remember. So you'll mention it
That's
once
a good point.
now, and then when it comes out, I won't even remember. So it'll come out.
Do you remember the last one?
Pure BS.
Okay.
If you announce it, I'm going to put it on T-shirts so everybody remembers.
That's right. I mean, I
But
want them to know.
But
so.
Pure BS wasn't even the initial name for that album.
That's what I called
Alpha
it.
Fail, and then
You were going to call it what?
Alpha Fail, and then
Alpha Fail.
went with Pure BS because
Mary said, "What about Pure BS?"
No, Alan, he said
she's
he
a Blake Shelton fan.
He said he was pure. And I said, yeah, Pure BS.
Yeah!
I was like, oh, let's do that. I mean, again, this isn't going to be filmed for a while. I don't even have anything set, but it goes to a story that I tell in the special, and it's going to be called We're Getting Famous.
Mm-hmm. I like it.
Yeah. There you go. Exactly.
You heard it here first. Mm-hmm. Anyway, a woman in Cincinnati took a poop on the altar at Good Samaritan Hospital's chapel. And then those of you who grew up in the church, specifically the Catholic Church, you'll remember the way perhaps the altar is set up, right? There usually it's got cloth on it, right? It's not just a bare altar.
Mm-hmm.
It's not always Good Friday. There's like a fabric runner that goes across, and then all of the accoutrements are put on top. She pooped on the altar and then used that fabric runner to wipe.
Nice.
And then
she seems like a back to front wiper. If you're doing that, you're not a careful person.
Laura Miniard is the girl. She's 26. She lives in suburban Cincinnati. She took a picture of the chapel and then smeared feces on the place. She was arrested for desecrating a place of worship. And they don't know a motive. Now, her bond is 20.
The motive was she had to go.
She really had to go.
I mean, you got to go.
Your Honor, it was not intentional.
He forgives.
I found, that's right. I found myself in a house of worship, and I couldn't hold it in. Your Honor, have you seen the commercial where every chair is a toilet?
And also, sometimes the spirit moves you, and it happens to be in your bowel.
Mm-hmm. They set her bond at $2,500. Now, you only have to come up with 10%. So if $250 gets you out of the pokey, for this. That's not so bad. And she doesn't, her mugshot, she doesn't look like a crazy person. She just looks like a regular short-haired girl. But they got her. Now, I want to know how they got her. Was it DNA? I can't imagine somebody walked in as she was doing it. I like the police report. Defecated on the altar. ALTER. Nailed it.
Hell yeah.
Spelled defecated right. Or did she go to somebody and say, my God, I'm so sorry? Because they got her in the place.
She's at a hospital. Was she admitted to the hospital?
Don't know.
Was she mentally ill or escaped without meds? Or?
Oh, I think there's, I think you might be pretty safe in that assumption. But, you ever look over and your pet is dragging their ass on the floor?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
That old carpet commercial. Toby! Mom, look at Toby's new trick. And the mom's screaming because the kid doesn't know the dog's dragging his ass.
Gotta express those anal glands.
Could be worms.
I remember a friend of mine, we didn't have pets growing up. But I remember friends of mine did. My one friend, his dog, it was like a sleepover or something. And so we got up in the morning. His dog's name was Bubbles. I love that dog. It was some kind of shepherd. And loved Bubbles, his dog. And one morning we got up because his room was in the attic. We went downstairs. His mom was making breakfast for us, some cocoa wheats, maybe a couple of waffles, usual 9-year-old kid stuff. And Bubbles had taken a poop in a corner, and they were putting his face in it, and it didn't make sense to me. Like, why? Where did that come from? Because you just think of it in terms of being a person. If you were a person and they put your face in poop, you'd go, oh, that's terrible. But dogs are sniffing crap all the time. Some of them are even eating it. So how can that be any kind of... Why would you do that to the dog? And his mom's like, well, that's how he knows he was bad. They go, is it? I mean, I'm no dog psychiatrist, but that doesn't seem like something that your dog would associate with something negative. If you're the dog, you're like, is this what she wants me to do? Or because it smells great. And now I'm hungry. Never seemed to make sense to me.
I never understood it either.
But people do that, right? Do they still do it? Is that considered out of step? People seem to have more kind of evolved notions of how to reprimand pets. Intense Randy is blowing me up on the text. He really, really wants to be a guest on the Poundcake podcast.
Oh,
No.
it's on hiatus. Too bad.
Yeah, no, it'll be canceled.
Just a blanket no. Won't even consider it.
No.
I mean, you can ask me. You can ask Bill. When he's on site, he's hilarious. Right? On that funny bus. It's the Randy Show.
Yeah, he called in and asked the same thing. I said, I'll think about it. But now that he's trying to go.
Oh, you blew him off. You said, so you lied to him. I'll think about it because when I mentioned it just now, you didn't even take a breath and you said no.
Well, because he's trying to go above Cody's head.
He's trying to go above my head to my boss. And
Cody said, I'll think about it. He said, fine, then I'll text Alan.
Well,
No! God, please, no!
This is what I get for being too nice a guy, because he had called me months ago, not into the show, but he had called the line, and he was like, hey, if you need guests on your podcast, I'll be your guest. I'm like, I'll think about it. And he took that as, okay, maybe. Not as me blowing him off. So that's my bad. I should be more straightforward. He called again today. Hey, I hear you're looking for guests for your podcast. I said again, yeah, I'll think about it, Randy.
Oh, so he's hitting everybody up.
I guess. And so now he's texting you. So now it's a no. Now it's a no. It's my fault because you're badgering me and no.
Yeah, I think given all this, that's an appropriate response.
It's my fault because I'm too nice.
You played yourself, playa.
I think people can. I'm learning.
You were trying to be polite.
Yeah, and 30 years old, I'm like, okay, I'm finally learning how to read the room sometimes. No. So I think people can do the same thing, but I don't. I guess I shouldn't give people that much,
especially with Intense Randy. You just tell him. No. It's not like he's going to sulk. He won't sulk. Just be direct.
But what does he even have to? Well, I guess that would be
because he thinks he's hilarious.
Yeah, no, I couldn't.
And every so often you'll get a few nuggets of gold, maybe. But boy, you really got to pan for it. And who knows? Listen, you've done enough. How many episodes in are you? I know you're on a hiatus. How many episodes in are you?
It's like 116.
116. Okay, that's no small feat. That's 100. Let's say safely. It's 110 hours.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay? 110 hours of your own thing. In that time, you have to think, you've learned a thing or two. And so maybe there's a case to be made for you extracting the funny out of Randy. You know how over the years I've extracted the funny out of you?
Mm-hmm.
You could be doing the same thing with Randy.
Groom him.
Maybe we should rephrase that.
Okay, groomer.
Right?
The Randy groomer.
I don't know if I'm.
Maybe you need to express his comedic anal glands.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm as talented as you in that aspect.
Oh, nice deflection.
Well, it's not deflecting. I already said no, I don't want to. I said I don't need another job. And him coming in here and, ranting about whatever he wants to rant about.
No, not in here. Invite him into your home and do it.
No, I'm not doing that. I do my podcast here. No. Those days are long. My house is too chaotic. It's not quiet enough.
No, God, please, no.
There's hot rods going up and down the street, dirt bikes, people yelling, police sirens, helicopters. No.
In West Park?
Yes. Yes. There is. What are you talking about? West Park is an okay area, but it's not the nicest.
No, but you're not in a flight path. You make it sound like,
You hear pit pat, pit pat, pit pat, and then I hear. I'm like, oh, is that a helicopter? And then you hear.
But you want the raw authenticality. You want all that. You were eating into the mic the first couple of months of your podcast. You want that ambient noise. You want all that stuff. In the background, you go, oh, this is just my neighborhood.
Girl.
Just my neighborhood. Nothing I can do about it.
Well, I don't want to do it he's definitely not coming to my apartment. So anyways, guys, welcome to the Poundcake Podcast.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, welcome to the Poundcake Podcast. I'm your host, Poundcake, and I have a great show for you today. So first off, I want you to be my guest, Intense Randy. Want to say hi to Randy, guys? It's Randy.
Uh-huh.
Hey, guys, it's Randy.
We're going to have a lot of fun. I think it's a great idea.
So, yeah, sorry, I live in a ghetto. I'm doing my podcast, but, yeah, no, it should be real fun. I read all your tweets. I see how much you guys hate me. So, let's read a couple. Just disregard that noise in the background.
Just ignore that. It'll be fine. Everything's okay.
We're having a little technical difficulties.
You have technical difficulties.
Randy.
Uh-huh. I think you got it all figured out.
We'll see.
There's nothing that can sidetrack you like that. Alan West Park is in the direct flight path. There's a plane every 10 to 20 minutes. Oh, I didn't know that.
I've always...
You guys could just lay on your bed and eat gummy worms and just talk. That's Stephen Canton's suggestion. It's a great idea. Just talk. Figure out what makes him tick.
No.
All right.
Is he married? Doesn't he have like a fiance or a girlfriend or something?
Hold on.
I think
I had to finish my gummy worm.
I don't know. I don't know,
That's
man.
something you can talk about on the podcast.
I don't get involved in people's lives.
Why can't he do his own podcast? Intense
He
Randy.
does. Oh, he does.
Oh, he does?
And it's on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh.
Because they'll take any piece of crap anybody sends
kidding?
them.
Are you
Oh,
being
I'm not
100%
kidding.
serious?
No.
How did you know that? Did he tell you or did he see
Yes.
you going? Okay,
It's
well, then-
awful. Didn't I play a clip of it?
No.
This is the first I'm hearing of this.
I never knew.
Oh,
he
I
had a
think
podcast.
I think the reason I didn't play a clip is because like 4 seconds in,
expletives.
he uses the F word for gay men.
Oh, God.
jeez.
I'm like, this is on the same app. So in the podcast space, he and I are peers.
Yeah.
That's how awesome the app is. They'll just take any piece of crap anybody sends them.
Oh, that's great.
I don't think he's done one in a while, but yeah, it's just awful.
He's going about this the wrong way.
It's called Getting Randy? What's it called?
No, it's like Randy and Brimstone talking it up, or I don't know what it was called, but
Randy and Brimstone.
I don't know what it was.
That's awesome.
Okay, I got a break. If you want to send a text, get the last word in 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This is Eric Dickerson. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Stores.
The Guardians could get some reinforcements soon. Right-handers Trista McKenzie and Aaron Savali will open rehab stints in Columbus as they get over injury.